The CEO stand coming with the spoon. What a great way to welcome you to another edition of Spoon Talk. I'd like to welcome all of you across Liberia. This is the show. This is the information hub. This is where we bring you the updates, authentic information about the happenings across Liberia. We bring you the analysis. We bring you face to face with the newsmakers. We make sure you get to have a voice. Say what your issues are. Speak out without holding back to the very policy makers. And of course, this platform has provided hope for so many Liberians across the world that irrespective of where you are, you can keep in touch with the happenings across the country in real time. I'd like to welcome all of you tonight to this edition of the program. We're live on Spoon 107.5 FM. You can find us on Fabric Radio 101.1. I'm Super 95.5 FM as well. And we want to appreciate the voice of Liberia 104.1. The team there always relaying the show, and the host of radio stations across Liberia that will most times relay the program even without telling us. We appreciate all of you. But in case you're that person out of Liberia and you can't make it to catch us on the different frequencies across Liberia, then of course you can find us online. And that's why Spoon Talk is live across our different social media handles. You can find us on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV on Facebook. We're also live on YouTube. Now YouTube is Spoon Talk Live. So welcome tonight. I'm Nelson Colette. This edition of Spoon Talk is loaded. A lot happening across the country, and you just don't want to miss this edition of the program for anything. Now, just before we start up with just anything we have to do here, let me kindly encourage you to share the show. If you're following us on YouTube, give the show a thumbs up. If you're following us on Facebook, share the program across your WhatsApp groups, your Messenger groups, and on your Facebook profiles as well. So thanks for joining us tonight. As we always do, we're going to go to the phone lines, hear what your thoughts are, but there's been a lot happening across the country. Once the CEO and the rest of the team come on, they will bring you detailed conversation and pieces of information on all of those happenings across the country. Mustafa Alom, thank you. Kokolu Kurat, thank you. Siaka George, thank you for joining us. And we appreciate all of you coming on tonight. Now, we're going to go to the phone lines, take your calls, hear what your thoughts are. What is it you want to talk about tonight? Health, education, politics, sanitation, the environment, just anything that is of concern to you. You're going to have the time to call in tonight on 0555 101075. That's the number to call in case you want to make your input on the conversation here tonight. 0555 101075 is the number to call, and you'll be live on the program tonight. So we go to the phone lines. Let's see if we take our first caller here. Hello, you're live.
Hello, how are you doing?
Yes. It's good to have you. Let's hear you.
Hello, this is Toma.
Hello.
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 Hello, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me? Did you call to talk to someone, or you call on the radio?
I called to talk to somebody. Even the radio is available. I called to talk to somebody.
Okay. No, sorry.
Yeah.
So let me just put this quick announcement out. Now, if you're one of those persons who called in during the call-in segment for the rice, maybe you were fortunate enough to call in during the rice distribution when we were taking calls to create the database for those that will be receiving the rice. Let me inform you that Saturday, that's so today is Thursday. You got Friday tomorrow, and Saturday, the day after tomorrow. That's when the rice distribution will be going on. So if you're one of those who called in and your number is already here, just get ready to be here on Saturday The actual time will be announced, but I remember the last distribution we had, it started at about 10 a.m. and we're here up to the afternoon hours. So you can make your way here on Saturday, and then you're gonna get your ride. So the distribution will start on Saturday. I just thought to throw that in. So we go back to the phone lines. Take your calls. 0555 is the number to call, and you'll be live on the program tonight. Let's see if we take this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Good evening. Is this Oscar Zigbe?
Oscar calling from Nima County.
Oscar, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Next thing, what on my mind have to do with the economy of this country, I will always speak of. Next thing, we will not have our country. What only we, the citizens of this country, can develop our country. The economy of the country is in the hands of public national. I want to take this time to upon the government. We cannot have a country. Every businesses in the country is in the hands of foreign national. For instance, the city of Gamta have been occupied by the foreign national from India and Pakistan. They are selling goods wholesale and selling goods retail. So how can a foreigner come into the country of what they are not from? They selling goods wholesale and selling retail.
Yeah, but are you aware? Are you aware that there's some engagement going on? The vice president meeting with some of the stakeholders, those business people, the commerce ministry, and all of those people that they are working on something within that in that light. Are you aware of that?
No, listen. I'm aware. But saying it on social media or saying it on radio and the implementation is very poor. This is what we are speaking of.
Okay.
National implementation is very poor in this country. You know, our leader they can put mechanism into place, but the implementation of the mechanism they put into place, that is what we're speaking of.
All right.
Actually, it's giving tough time to we the Liberians. We can build this country. Foreign national cannot build this country for us. So the government of this country needs to put mechanism into place. So we the citizens are making little videos to sustain ourselves can benefit. Not everybody has to work for government.
All right.
So the economy of this country need to come back into the hands of the citizens of this country. Let it move in the hands of the foreign national.
Thank you very much for your input. I appreciate you tonight. 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you. Hello.
Hello.
You want to walk away from your radio, please? Yeah. Good evening. Go ahead. You are live on the show, sir.
Hello.
All right. I'm sorry. Just change your location and call back. Hello.
Yeah, thank you so much, brother. People, my dear brother and friend, and good evening to my family, and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia. The name remains constant. Afonso EF Command. This great Thursday evening, brother. Next people, thank you for the opportunity you guys always provide for our mother country, Liberia. First and foremost, I would like to speak on the saga circulating within our country, Liberia. What do I mean by this? I'm asking Joseph Yuma, like headed by him, President Deacon and President of the Republic of Liberia, to tell us, they're saying that the purchase of vehicle for former President George Monrovia. We are asking them, who was the chief of procurement officer of that purchasing of that vehicle, and which are the procurement entity that went and purchased this vehicle from with our taxpayer money. Let be very explicit and tell the public the society is not a political party that you are running.
So Alfonso, let me understand you well.
Yes.
If I'm getting you, what you're saying is that you want the government, the president, to clarify the information about purchasing vehicle.
Former President George Weah. Because every action it should be recorded, and it should be a procurement entity that is responsible to proclaim that particular material, and then it should be open to the Liberian society. It should be clear, transparency, accountability. That's what we call good governance.
But Alfonso, is it also fair to ask that the former president himself maybe clarify the information too as to whether vehicles were bought for him? under this administration. Because so far, hello, Alfonso. So far, what we've seen have been supporters of the former and current president responding to this thing. The former president made his remarks, and then the assistant minister said that the vehicle, he should be telling people how this president bought vehicle for him as well. And the former president has yet to come up to say as to whether what the assistant minister says is true. And the current president is yet to speak to that as well. So is it fair to have it going both ways?
Let's see, Colette. Let me learn on this story. We all knew 2019 President Weah and his family took a visit to the foreign president resident, and he gave on a topic. It was well explained, it well published on social media.
Okay, my man, you see the way I can do the thing here now. We're talking different thing. You don't go all the way to talking Benny. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate your input. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you. Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
For the opportunity, let me say good evening to His Excellency President Bouaka and your listeners. This is Samuel D. Kekula, and I honor the ambient of Unity Party in the Electoral Bureau, and I join you from my Giri this evening.
Kekula, let's hear you.
Let me say thanks to you for giving all the chance to be heard on the radio. I want to say thanks to the president. I want to say thanks to his lieutenants. I do who help him to develop the country. I almost with a spoon, but one of the forces that brought us to power today, that brought the government to power. But you see, no intention that we should stop anybody from free speech. But people use the platform these days to incite, to insult people, which of course, when we're in opposition, it happens. And Stanton can be there, or Stanton can be there, it happens. We normally allow panelists to say whatever they want to say to people. Somebody will say, but when you're in opposition, you say the same thing. So, I can recall when some of us were in opposition, when we were calling on radio, we were harsh insulting people, but people use the airway to insult our president. People use the airway to incite the citizens, where the CEO will be on a show and happening. So, and people always come to the platform this time. What on your mind? To bring an allegation, are you conducting the show to even add them to provide evidence or fact to substantiate that claim against whosoever they want to level an allegation against? So, these are things I was there on the show, and you people have to take into consideration that this is a public platform. It should be regulated. So, I want to say,
thank you for your input. We appreciate you.
Silent, but it should regulate the show. We don't have any attempt to silence anybody, but I think the reason should be done for our country, that everybody will enjoy the country.
Thank you very much for your input, sir. I appreciate you. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is Sebastian. Only this on Civility.
Yeah, go ahead.
So thank you. Why is on my mind the issue of the fellow that was killed in the country? What were your police custody? When I listened to the summary number of that fellow, they were asking for people to be calm, not to take the law into their own hands. But my brother, when the 104 or 102, how you call nothing small one there, the way he spoke, who have made the people to raise tension because he never had a professional. Because
hello. What did the 102 say? No, I'm coming now. No, listen. Hello. Okay, hello. I want us to communicate. You said the 102 said something and he didn't behave professional. What exactly did he say? That's what I want to get. Okay, no. Let's communicate, Chief. Let's have a communication here. This is a very big platform. And you don't just come in, say things and just go with it like that. We have to make sure that what we're saying here, especially given that we all have the opportunity to speak our minds, that what we're saying are factual. That we're not just making use of this time to just say anything, you know. Hello, let's hear you.
To a hospital.
Hello, can you hear me?
Know very well
Can you hear me?
that ex-president
Hello,
immediately
hello, are you here?
said that they are entitled to.
Hello,
Hello?
yeah, hello, can you hear me?
My name is Java from Central Johnsonville.
Okay, let's hear you. You're live. What's on your mind?
What really on my mind,
This comment.
I want to discuss is about the Guinea issue.
All right.
Our House of Representatives removed Yeke Poliva, but still Guineans on our soil. So what's the profit we have getting from moving Yeke Poliva? That's what I wanted to understand. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, how are you? Nothing good.
Adama Kone, it's good to have you. It's good to have you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, the thing that on my mind. Yeah, that's it. I mean, down the only thing my woman family says is just leave the one that happened to my woman during the campaign time when my woman died in that accident. Well, more Ali denying me, like, denying me, but I don't get time for that one. But the meeting that on my mind, the man, my uncle, I used to help me to involve in 2 stores. And all the places they mark, they have involved in, they bought the area to go inside. But I was calling the area and nothing could come to my local area what they mark for any time. They far outside building ready to cover Johnson. They don't touch one. So I want the bought it. They wanted a 4 on the road. What they get over bossing their own, they leave it. So we need probably we're taking money for certain people. We don't have money to get probably where the boss it. Then President Walker, therefore, made to fail. The government will fail. We that vote you will vote against you. They particularly want to have it where probably where boss our own area. Then did they all wanted to cover Johnson where you fall on the last pole. The dividend and the boss are so probably where are taking bribe for certain people. The boss our own.
So Adama, calm down. Adama, calm down. So they all are building as a leader and they boss your uncle on the store. Your ass probably works why they left that building there instead of just assuming that probably works to grab. Did you guys try?
Building in question they are market before any time. When you come to call Johnson, what call it they get area? When you come to call Johnson, coming to MRC, that area there across the road, they are marked that area for any time. They market upon time. They market their government. They mark their government. They particular government where I voted for the market. Why they just bought our own to support me? Then they want for real. So it's showing me now. Probably we are taking more, certain people building. They can't see it tomorrow. Can't see what I'm talking about. What they doing? They may be happy tomorrow. Then they bought the 3 stores. Then they leave 5 stores here for what? They don't bought that in the government. They probably want for the government to fill. So President Baka, you probably will tell you probably will see the need for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adama. Thanks a lot for your input, Joseph Waka voice on. But you know, the situation you're talking about reminds me of the demolition exercise here along the Tottenham Boulevard, especially in Congo Town, when most of the buildings in that area were being broken down, and the Calando building is still standing up, and people have similar concerns. A lot of people say, "Oh." Apparently the public works has taken bribe. You know, the usual thing where people will accuse other people when they see things. But the best thing to do sometimes in these cases is to reach out to the relevant authority and inquire why. Like in the case of the Cardinal building, the public works have said repeatedly that the building is not hindering their project. They're going to carry on their construction, and it's not hindering the construction of the overpass. So maybe it will do justice to both sides if we were just to, take it a step further and ask the question as to why. Why were all the other stores breaking down and this one remained here? And maybe hear what the public works has to say. That is something that just could help to ease some of the tensions and so forth. Well, we're still taking calls. I see Damo is in the background. Once he's ready to come on, he's going to signal. Okay. Okay, so I'll come to you shortly, Damo. Let me just take this person. Hello, good evening. Go ahead quickly.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you. You're live.
Yeah, what on my mind is about the issue between Guinea and Liberia.
Hmm.
You see, this thing look like I got no more hope there, Guinea. So
Who not get hope
on
now?
our government for a long time, and our government can't even tell us anything that happening at the
So you
You
not
see?
get hope again?
Yeah, man, we're losing hope now because can you imagine over 1 month now, the president can speak to the Liberian people about what happening at the border there. What happened at the border is a very serious issue. We need to be aware all of the time. But you see, sometimes when God just forget about us and just they continue and the garden stay to that place there. So then what is the government telling us now? We want
Thank
the
you.
God to come out and tell us what is happening. Because let's say people have been punished for it. The other government is punished for it. And other people, you know, we need to know what is going on.
Thank you very much for your input.
At the border there.
Great concern. Thanks a lot. We appreciate you.
Yes, we need to know. We need to know, my brother. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input tonight. Yes, the man said he's losing hope. He wants the government to speak. The president needs to talk about the issue at the Salomba port of entry. I guess a lot of people have similar concerns, and this issue has brought some concerns as well at the level of the ECOWAS Parliament. You know, this is something that's concerning. But I saw Diamond on here. Hopefully he'll come back. But this is where we are. And I want to welcome all of you tonight. Keep sharing the program as you join us. And this is Spoon Talk. The show is loaded for you tonight. A lot coming your way. So many things happening across the country. And this edition of Spoon Talk is one that you just can't afford to miss. So keep your calls coming. 0555-101075 is the number, and you will be live. 0555-101075. This person, hello, your name and where you calling from?
Good evening, I'm Abraham and I call from Bushra.
Abraham, it's good to have you. What's on your mind?
Thank you, Nelson. The best yardstick to determine a functional democratic society is through police performance. And what on my mind is about police performance. I saw a video on social media where one child colleague allegedly died in Manga after being briefly detained at the police headquarters and the 102 in that stage complained on procedural error and there was no foul play. Procedural error. Chapter 2 of the Penal Code talk about basis of criminal liability. 2.2 talk about kinds of culpability. And among them is negligence, recklessness, acting knowingly, and willfully. If you talk about procedural error, talking about negligence, then the police force need to come in. Was this man detained beyond 48 hours? Did he die in the cell from hunger? What went wrong? Whosoever officer that was on duty responsible for such procedural error that can be considered as negligent homicide to be reprimanded administratively. That's what on my mind. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you for your input tonight, sir. Great concerns. And yes, that case is one of those that the Liberian National Police have been seriously engaged on. And I did see a release up as well from the LNP. But yes, once the CEO and the rest of the team come on, I guess they're going to shed some light on that. I don't want to go into all of the details around that. But keep your calls coming to 0555-101075. This person, hello?
Yeah, nothing. I'm at a way again. I'll carry my and then you just off me, bro.
I thought you call, you just talking, you are not listening too. So that's why I had to cut you off. But go ahead.
You said what is on my mind, and what is on my mind is what I'm saying today. Thursday, it is view of what is on your mind. So I will give you my view of what on my mind.
Please go ahead, Chief.
Yes, sir. I'm saying for people on the social media, giving some cause war, also the radio station, saying that they cannot understand. We need to know that there's a constitution in this country that as president had a culture that they are entitled to.
My man, we know all I want in there. So what's the main issue?
If they know it, then why the former president saying that he had them carry them to hospital and then they get it.
My man, that debate all down, my man. That
immediately. You know it, but now why they change the or thing that they don't know. And then know it.
Thank you for your input tonight. We appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Yes, so I saw the CEO on, and I think he's making some adjustments to come back. Diamond did go in the background as well. I don't know whether there's some consultation or some engagements going on in the background, because when I see the CEO disappear, then Diamond can disappear too. And then sometimes when it happens that way repeatedly, then the show can start with some kind of conversation that can be very uncomfortable. So, but I see some of the thing in the background, Damo. So they so now the CEO can press some kind of button and deal. I feel like adding bad on it. Oh, he moved over the camera. I feel like adding bad on it, but I think I'll let it go. Damo, what do you think?
I don't know what you're talking about, but pleasant night to you, Nelson. How are you doing, my brother?
I'm doing good. But you can see what happened in the background, right?
If I'm using my computer, yes, but at the moment I'm not.
That one, but you messing up.
So
because I wanted to press something to expose something that happened in the background.
Go ahead and make sure that you don't become exposed as well.
I would say something. You cannot teach old dogs new trick.
Oh, you're using dog too?
Oh, what happened?
Oh, are you talking about pressing button and then press button too? Then you say what happened?
I deal with all course.
Are you all right, Nelson, or you got confused?
He got confused.
No, my body was sticking a little bit, but it's okay.
Sticking? We press button. Your body wasn't sticking. Yeah, but we're going to be having a great show today. Edwin Snow is coming on to speak to the ECOWAS issue. And I will say to you, man, I listened to Ty One Way, I listened to Elders, Mama Bridge Mensa. But apart from Edwin Snow coming on today, I think President Waka said something today that the nation have to pay attention to. He said a lot. I don't know whether I'm hearing right, but the president spoke about LDC, spoke about the demolition. The president spoke about foreigners taking the jobs away from the Liberian people. The president spoke on a whole range of issues. The 4th cabinet meeting of the year. So every month, this government have cabinet meeting. But the president says something today that Liberians should pay attention to if they follow what was said in the cabinet meetings. The president talked about Madam Salif, that the country is not that dirty compared to Madam Salif's government. Now, we can have an argument whether he's right or not, but who was the vice president there? The president said a lot of stuff, right? And I just want to remind each and every one of us, when the president talked about technicians that cannot do administrative functioning, president talked about reckless statement in the government, that people that work within this government speaking offline, off the cuff, and those statements does not represent the government position. I really want us to, when he spoke about LDC, I said yes, but the outcome. So we're going to be saying a lot, and I think President Baka should do more. But hey, folks, do you know that tomorrow is a big day for Sanatoy? I think they are wrapping up the situation at the court concerning Sanatoy. We will be there tomorrow. We want to say to all of you, if you join us, I'd like to announce that on the 17th also, we will be moderating the debate here in America on the Liberia Association, Liberia Community Association here in America, Diamond. 2 young men, they are running to represent the community. central Jersey and part of Pennsylvania. And they will be having some serious debate, the presidential debate and the vice presidential debate. And Dama, you and I will host that debate. I know you are in America. The station will carry live. It will be on the Sunday, the 17th. You and I will host that debate here on Spoon, and we will be, in Trenton. And you will be joining us from Liberia, Dama, and we will ask some very hard
Thank God
questions.
you made that clarity, because when you say in America,
They say, I know you're in America.
yeah, some people earlier were to contact me and say I'm a brother as soon as they want coming back.
And that's why I always speak like this to confuse the minds of the Liberian people. But you're right. But again, I want to say to all of you joining us, share the show. We're going to have a great program today. It's going to be so interesting. Dama, let me leave you with James Good. Then maybe you got other things to run up. Don't forget, Saturday will be the rest gave back on Saturday. All Saturday, right? And Nelson is coming with his program on Saturday too. That program is going to be powerful. And I think I would show up, Dama will show up. I think what I'm hearing, if it is true, I don't know whether they have confirmed it, but it looks like Nelson bringing his program late night program down to the really late night. All right. But we want to say to all of you, it's very important for you to know that we are here. We're going to be having a wonderful show. President Barker said a lot of things, a lot of stuff. I don't know this thing, Dama, between President Barker and my alien. The country daddy, what do you say? What daddy small, daddy big, the country daddy?
Yeah, see you before I reach to that. Good evening to everybody watching us. Boombreaker, it's good to have you on. Prior to coming on the show, I saw a very disturbing video where a young lady was literally undressed in red light because some moralist felt she was wearing revealing clothes. As to what gave them the right to try to undress somebody, not even try, but they literally undressed that young lady because the moralist felt she was dressed in a way they deemed as inappropriate. But thank goodness there is social media. We're calling on the Liberian National Police to intervene in that particular matter. The video is there. They can look at that video and see the culprits who committed such a very stupid act by going on their own to say they are going to disgrace somebody because they feel this person should dress in a way that they deem is appropriate to them. We talk about mob violence all of the time. That is a form of mob violence as well. You cannot put someone through a traumatic experience like that because you feel they're not dressing.
I don't know. You got to make the video available. Folks saying they don't.
Yeah, I'll make the video available, but we cannot show that video because she's naked.
Yeah, but you know how to present the video.
Yeah,
you know how to present the video.
So, where are all the feminists, the women group, and the rest?
I just spoke to Gregory, and I think they're looking into that, and also Gregory confirmed with us also about the reported incident that police killed someone at chicken soup factory. The statement accurate. The young man didn't die. The bullets killed him, right? And he's at the hospital currently. So we will put the statement up once we share the show. But the reason that led to that, and please get that video ready, not a disturbing one, but something for them to see. And I believe the community leader spoke also. But apparently, you should know exactly what is about to happen if this story is true. That they went there to save home that some folks were about to put on fire, and the police arrived and tried to control, the situation, and that led to the police using his firearm when these guys tried to engage him. I don't know exactly. We'll speak to the gentleman from the hospital, maybe tomorrow, to tell us exactly what happened. But these community engagement and mob violence and things, we should address here as well. And that's why we come to you every day that you be part of the show. If you're around the chicken soup factory area and you are present, you like to share with us, let us know. We'll be happy to hear from you. But thank God the gentleman is not dead. He's in the hospital. Thank God for that. Seriously, he is alive. He's in the hospital. And we hope we can speak to him shortly. We want to say to all of you, hey, listen, we must stop this. Reckless. But the country stands. To control these things, it comes from all walks of life. So I want to say to all of you. So those of you that are joining us, when you see you today, we're going to get involved We're going to have the show in the next couple of minutes. I know I'm here on the serious business today because everything President Barker said, I must say this to you. That's something that is currently happening in the country. Make no mistake. We're going to give it to you. We're going to discuss it. And tomorrow, this man, the SG, Dama Slanger, the SG, they call him Fire, right? He will be in court. Samuel 12 will be in court tomorrow. Tomorrow is a D-Day for Samuel D12, D-Day, right? Closing argument, all of the argument, and then maybe, and only maybe, we will be receiving. We're going to take this time seriously. Let's do that quickly. Dama, let's call Mervin. I think he's waiting for our call, Nelson. Let him bring us up to speed what we're expecting tomorrow. Let's call Mervin. And because tomorrow is a D-Day for Samuel 12. Now you understand that Edwin Snow is coming tonight. Edwin Snow is coming to discuss the issue concerning what took place at ECOWAS, who wrote the statement that was presented, the whole stuff, what actually happening. Top one way is on the standby. Edwin Snow will be explaining why they didn't include Yeke, the expulsion, why they didn't include the border situation. And by the way, people are confused. Do we still have Guineans at the border? We'll talk about that. We got new videos coming from the border. We'll share with you. So Nelson, let's call our reporter from the Temple of Justice, Mervin, and let us hear from him exactly what is about to happen.
Yeah, so CEO, we have Mervin on the line here now. Mervin, hello. CEO, can you hear Mervin?
No, we are not. We are not hearing Mervin.
I'm dead, Nelson. I'm dead.
Tell Mervin to call me. That would be fine.
Okay. Mervin, call the CEO.
Are you calling him direct? Maybe internet will be problem. Are you calling him directly?
No, it's online. So I think he should call you.
Okay.
So Mervin, just call the CEO. Okay. So yeah.
All right. So Damo, at the end of the day, but you're joining us from somewhere though, Damo. You know, yesterday we had a phone call. I know Nelson called. I want us to take us back yesterday quickly. But Mervin is calling. I have a couple of questions I want to ask you. I hope we have time. Do not run, please. Because Nelson brought to my attention that I needed to ask you this question. And I hope you be strong enough to answer as we make our way into
I have to be strong.
I hope you be strong enough to answer because it will save you, Damo. It will save your future. I think you need to answer. It will help you greatly. You're not going to make or break you. Mervin, how you doing today? How you doing, Mervin?
I'm fine, boss. I'm fine.
But man, forget that busting. Seriously, you are on the air. But Mervin, thank you for all you do at the court. Bring us up to speed on Samuel 12 case. You know, we've been following, you've been doing an excellent job, but the people want to hear you. What should we expect tomorrow? Is tomorrow the D-Day?
So on tomorrow, the court will entertain final argument in this alleged economic sabotage case involving the former finance minister and 4 others. So for a couple of months now, the court been having different hearings that involve the appearance of different witnesses, including subpoena witnesses and reporter witnesses. But tomorrow will be the final argument. And at the final argument is where we expect both lawyers to explain in the simplest terms to the jurors. Currently, we got 15 jurors that are sequestrated. That is the place in the specific area they are not allowed to move since the trial started. So the lawyers will have to explain to them in a simplest term as to why they do deserve either a guilty or a not guilty verdict on tomorrow. So you have the prosecution in the same address explaining their own case story to the jurors, telling them why they should bring these defendants down guilty because of the unlawful withdrawals of the alleged 6.2 plus million that, according to them, were used for some elections and operations. So the prosecution will be, encouraging the jurors to bring these defendants down guilty, coupled with the testimony from the principal witness, Babat, who comes from the LCC. So they will summarize Babat and no testimony in court, along with all of the different subpoena witnesses they brought, and to even include the former chief of staff and the former different ministers. So they will bring in a testimony, summary from the jurors. We need to bring these people down guilty, because we believe that with all that you have heard, they are capable of committing the crime, and you want you to bring down guilty.
So let me ask you a question. Let's go through the question, right? It's very important. Tomorrow, Samuel 12 and his lawyer will be in court, correct?
Sure.
Tomorrow, the prosecutor led by SG, the team, will be in court, correct?
Exactly.
Tomorrow, all argument done. That's it for everyone.
Exactly.
And then after, if Samuel 12, the decision will be made tomorrow, or are you saying that they will postpone and come back for decision, the jury decision or the judge's final decision? Which is which yet?
So the jury decision will be made on tomorrow, because following the argument, the judge in return will also present the case to the jurors in a simplest term. That is, he charging them to go into the room of deliberations. And it is in a room of deliberation where they will also go again with the entire case file, and they will argue about themselves and have a vote, and you have them voting randomly, and each person got their own side and they choose, and then they will come up with a verdict. And that verdict will be read by the clerk of the court. So when our verdict is read, it will tell us that out of 10 is a case that is guilty, and then you have 2 or 3 not guilty, or out of 3 or 4 say not guilty, and 10 says not guilty. So after that, the judge now will reserve his final decisions on that day, and then you also have to inform the probational office at the Ministry of Justice to do a probational report on the defendants as to whether they have ever committed such crime before, and then a final ruling will come out. So it is at the final ruling that he will make the decision, either if they are found guilty now, that they restitute the amount in questions. But
hold on a minute, Dama, let me bring you in, though. You and Nelson. Hold on. What are you hearing here, Dama? What are you hearing here? What do you think? Because I saw you there maybe a couple of times, and since they started concerning Samuel 12 and the others. What are your thoughts? Damon, let's start with you. We'll go to Nelson.
Well, at the end of the day, this is a criminal case, CEO. It must be, adjudicated beyond all reasonable doubt. The defense, as you are aware, their strategy will always be to create doubt in the minds of the jurors, because this is a jury trial, that their client is not held liable or culpable for offenses thereof. We've been seeing a lot of mixed statements coming from both the supporters of the prosecution, which is the state, and supporters of the defendants, especially Samuel 12 being, the main man of focus in this, that the state, according to 12 supporters, the state has been unable to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that the monies were misapplied, they were not used for the intended purpose, the paper trail, and all of those things. But as Melvin Ryder put it, on tomorrow, final arguments is a summary. You have to come in strong as a prosecution lawyer. You have to come in strong, telling the jurors based on evidence and pieces of evidence and eyewitnesses account or what they call expert witnesses account or subpoena witnesses account, why this person should be found guilty, why the jury should find that person guilty. And the defense lawyer will come in and make that closing as to speaking to evidence that they presented and witnesses account why this person should not be found guilty. So at the end of the day, have they, pled their case beyond a reasonable doubt to the jurors? We can only find out based on what the jurors will say when they deliberate in their jury room and come up with whatever the verdict will be, CEO. So we're watching this process. It's been a tense process. Samuel Twa has had a good legal team backing him, and the state has also played its cards. At the end of the day, it rests in the hands of those jurors, and we'll see how it goes on tomorrow. The full team will be there. Liberians can rest assured.
So my question to you, though, we just, Damon, are you there? My question to you, let's just get to what happened here? Let's just be straight up, Damon. What do you think? Samuel Twa and his team, they are overly confident, Nelson. They believe that this thing is like a cartoon case. We still got Melvin on, and Melvin will come in. But let me ask you, Nelson, you've been there. What are you hearing? What are your feelings here? We ask the people, though. We ask the folks following us right now their own take. Will Samuel Twa be found guilty? That would be the question. We will take quick 15 minutes calls. Whether they think that Samuel Twa will be found guilty, or whether the government have proved enough to make Samuel Twa and convince the jury, or Samuel Twa will win this thing tomorrow. What are you? I mean, what are your thoughts, Nelson? What are you thinking?
Yeah. So, CEO, the first thing is that the jurors have a very important. I'm hearing myself. I don't know where the feedback is.
You got to manage it like that. I have this on because Melvin is here.
Yeah. So the jurors have a very important role to play here. I think the state has done a lot to ensure that the jurors kept away the quarantine. Maybe quarantine would not be the best choice of word, but they are set aside for this very important trial. We've seen different witnesses take the stand. At some point, witnesses from the central bank, witnesses from the Ministry of Finance, and of course the LACC as well. And all of those different witnesses have come in and presented their own pieces of information, including former Finance Minister Samuel Twa. But CEO, one of the things that a lot of people maybe are getting wrong is that tomorrow, if Samuel Twa and others are brought down guilty, maybe they will be taken at the Monrovia Central Prison, which, according to what we've gathered so far, is not the case. Remember, there was a bond. They were, through the insurance company, they were able to secure a bond. That is why, in fact, they're out, why this entire case is ongoing. So what we've got is that following this entire process, in the case where there's a guilty verdict from the jurors tomorrow, then their legal representatives are going to be now running to the Supreme Court. Now, even at that point, what we've gathered is that they're not going to be taking them to the Monrovia Central Prison, for example.
I want to hold you there because I want Melvin to explain this. So I want to hold you there. It's very important. Melvin, I want you to take it away, though. But before you do that, Melvin, let me squeeze in this question. That one also you're going to weigh in. How many votes does Samuel Twa need to win this thing?
7.
So,
okay. Oh, Melvin. Okay, you're asking me.
they need 8 to 9 votes.
You need 8 to 9 votes. For a hang jury, you need 8 to 9 votes to win this thing.
What happened is you got 15 panel jurors that have been sequestered. So, to the best of our knowledge, the 15, you have 12 to 10 going to deliberation of vote. So, we have the third going vote. So, once a person gets 9 to 8 votes, they definitely carry the day, because if it is tie, then you call that unfairly. Which means
all right, so the lawyers are coming in, the texting, Clinton will be here. I believe Kanye is coming back, and we're going to ask them. But Nelson, that before we let go of you, and not Nelson, Melvin, before we let go of you, how are you feeling right now? Do you think Samuel Twa is feeling better? Is he feeling so good right now? You've been through this thing.
So, the thing is, once it is best trial where in the judge serve as the judge and the juror, it is different, because you got one person there to make the decisions. But this was a jury decisions that involve not more than 13 to 14, or 12 persons come to make that decision. So it is something that you just don't predict easily because you don't know what amounts are, and or thinking what will be their own decision for tomorrow. But again, as it states, we cannot predict it like that to say this person will be guilty or not. But whatever comes, I think whoever party that every day will celebrate that.
Thank you. Let me, and again, I know you guys will run with this thing on tomorrow. It will be a big day for Summit D12. The man just celebrated his birthday yesterday, and now he worried about going back to the court. Dama, how you guys did this to the man? The man, he just celebrated his birthday yesterday, Dama.
How come now? I don't work with the Ministry of Justice, neither am I a government actor.
I didn't know that. I told you we were working with Justice Ministry. But Dama, give us your closing on this one now. What do you think? How Sametua is feeling today? We'll call Sametua Junior Darius though, but just let us know how you think he's feeling today.
Well, I don't know if Sametua Junior, who was doing who was performing karaoke.
Call Sametua Junior Darius though.
Sametua Junior was performing karaoke yesterday or so. You know, they were singing and dancing. But at the end of the day, it takes just one juror. Just one juror. It takes just one to disagree tomorrow because our law says it must be, unanimous. It must be unanimous. So it takes one juror tomorrow to have a dissenting opinion, and we'll have a mistrial according to our law in Liberia. It must be 12 is 12 jurors. It must be 14 is 14. If one juror just disagrees with the verdict tomorrow from the rest, you have a mistrial, and the prosecution can then decide whether they will have a retrial or not. So whether the lawyers have played their cards well, whether they've convinced these jurors beyond all reasonable doubt that Mr. Twe and co-defendants are culpable of the charges levied against them, we will find out tomorrow. But the CEO asked the question whether, how many votes or how many jurors that Mr. Twe need on his side to establish that yes, they have reasonable doubt. It takes one, just one. If it's one or more, that's the issue. So we'll be finding out tomorrow how that goes. And if Mr. Twe feels confident in the fact that he hired top-notch lawyers and they were able to prove his innocence and prove doubts, reasonable doubts in the state's case, we all will find that out on tomorrow. But we've been following the trial, and the Twe camp has been exhibiting, whether it's just optics on social media, but they've been running a long media campaign since the trial began, putting out their own sort of narrative to have a say in the public opinion as to how things are playing out. And I'm sure they learned it from the PDD case, that public opinion matters in these kind of cases, and what you put out there can be fed through social media especially, and to create the doubt, if not in the courtroom, but in the public sphere as well. So see you. That's my closing on that.
Yeah, let me just bring the guys quickly as she's still getting it. But Melvin, thank you very much.
I'm not hearing you, I think it's my device, but I'm not hearing you.
You guys hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Then let me leave and come back.
Okay, thank you very much, Melvin. Let's go ahead, and we'll see you tomorrow, right, Melvin? We'll see you live tomorrow with the team. Thank you very, very much. Asim, D12, welcome, Asim. Welcome, Jacob. Welcome, Dr. Richardson. Let's hear you guys quickly before bringing Senator Snow on. Dr. Richardson, welcome. Forget the head of thing. I want to close on Senator quickly. What say you? Senator seems to be feeling good. Every time he leaves the courtroom, he's feeling good. But tomorrow is a D-Day. And this guy, Fayad, they call him the man veteran. The man said he would need Senator. Dr. Richardson, he said SG. He said Senator going down. There must be her response. And not only Senator. You have the rest of them, standing for and all of them. But we are focused on Senator because he served as finance minister. What say you, Dr. Richardson? You've been following this thing. What do you think going to happen D-Day tomorrow? What's going on here, Dr. Richardson?
Well, Spencer, I really can't state what is going to happen. I will wait until things unfold. The decision is made by the jurors, because as Darman fantastically educated us, that it takes one juror to dissent from the majority of the jurors' decision in order for us to have a hung jury, in order for the court to decide to do it all over again. So I'll wait. In as much as I hold to my heart what I want the decision to be, but I'll wait. I'm able to wait, and I trust that our justice system at least will do the right thing this time around. I trust that our justice system will do the right thing.
Are you concerned, Jacob Jada, about this case? He went into the court, you sat there. Do you have any concern how the proceeding tomorrow, how this thing going to end? Samuel Twell must be set free or must go to jail. Something going to give, something going to happen. What are your concerns, Jacob?
My private individual assessment is that the prosecutor or the prosecution wasn't able, in the course of this long-winded trial, to prove, from my perspective, their case against particularly former Finance Minister Twell. And that's my assessment, because I made a number of visits to the court and tried to listen to the argument. I wasn't convinced at all that they show the preponderance of evidence in such a matter as a criminal trial like this to prove their point that former Minister Samuel Twell betrayed the public trust or stole $6 million. If I was a juror in this particular matter, and given everything that has happened in the court, I'm definitely going to vote against a guilty verdict. That would be an extremely easy decision for me to make, because looking at everything, the chief investigator from LACC is trying. Now, I think that, from my perspective, I think this case was rushed to court. I think this investigation in the first place for me was inconclusive. The LACC needed much more time to go to the heart of this case, to investigate the particular situation that was before them. Everything that I saw was like administrative action needed to be taken by the Minister of Finance in line with the PFM regulation, in line with the Finance Minister's duty, up to the time the funds were disbursed at the central bank. What happened after that? The investigation did not go into establishing any criminal intent. I think the investigation was premature, and it stopped right there. They should have spent additional time to investigate and trace where the money went. So
thank you. Let me bring it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief.
Not guilty verdict.
Thank you, Jacob. Let me bring in Asa. Asa, what say you?
Stanton, the highest positive decision the prosecutor can get, the highest will be mistrial. I can guarantee to you that. The highest they will get will be the mistrial. But this case, on the merit, should absolutely be a unanimous guilty verdict. Here is the reason why. And you saw me nodding my head when Jacob was speaking. Samuel Twell was taken to court because, according to the indictment, he stole money. But the trial itself went to his authority to disburse money. Nobody tried Samuel Twell on his stealing money. They only tried Samuel Twell on his authority to disburse money. Two different cases. Don't forget, there was a subpoena for Zamora Wolokoli. Why was the subpoena issued? It was issued because the court wanted to ask Zamora if Samuel Twell, as the finance minister, had the authority. That was authority, not stealing money. They also went ahead and subpoena the central bank governor to bring document. Why did they do that? They wanted to prove that indeed the approval given by Samuel Twell was also given before. Why? It was not about stealing. They call FIA people.
We know. I just asked you just
that they received money. So again,
I know they're going to be
right, and we wanted to be sure what we think is backed by evidence and backed by sound reasoning. And I can tell you, and I can tell you, Stanton, I can tell you on the merit of the case, the highest the prosecution team, I would say, will be a mistrial. But there should be a unanimous
because
no evidence was proven.
Tomorrow will be a D-Day. Tomorrow will be a D-Day in the case of concerning Samuel Twell. We want to just say to you, though, you got to be very, very mindful. Again, let's hear from Clinton quickly. Clinton, I know you are coming on. How you doing today? All right. I think he's traveling. He will soon be on. I'd like for us to close on the Samuel 12 issue, but tomorrow is a D-Day for Samuel D12, Bobo Dior, former finance minister. I want to say to all of you that something happened here. This man, Arthur Johnson, feeling real good tonight. I'm hearing that Arthur Johnson is drinking Hennessy XO. I don't know why. This man, let me take Clinton call real quick, guys. Clinton, you hanging up? What's up? You live? You live, Clinton? I'm on the show. Yeah, why are you coming on, right? We'll see you when you get on. All right. So I want to say this. I'm saying this because information I'm getting, this lawyer, counselor, Arthur Johnson, he said the man feeling real good. He's drinking Hennessy XO. He's reassuring Samuel 12 that you're going to be a free man. You're going to walk free. He said everything he knows in all of his practices. This guy is assuring Samuel 12 that Samuel 12 will walk free tomorrow. What say you, my fellow Liberians? Do you think Samuel 12 will walk free tomorrow? Do you think it's the day that an example, that the law will be the law, whether guilty or not guilty? And if Samuel 12 is guilty, what say you? If he's not guilty, what say you? But again, his lawyers assure him, they say, my man, relax. Continue to celebrate your birthday. Call Darius Doe to sing you some new songs and dance with the karaoke beating in your back. Call Lafayette Good to come and counsel you because you will be a free man and you will say, free our lives, free our lives. Thank God Almighty. Ditwe, Bobadio is free our lives. I don't know how true it is, but I'm saying to you, everything I know, everything I've heard, that Arthur Johnson is telling Samuel 12 he will be a free man tomorrow. But then we have this guy, the SG of the Republic of Liberia, Ganston Fayette. He's assuring the Liberian government that Samuel 12 is standing for, and the rest of them will be held responsible, liable, and the prosecution will prove beyond all reasonable doubt that these guys then stole the money for their own personal use, and they should be found guilty. My fellow Liberian, what say you? What say you during this difficult time? What say you, my friend? I know snow is coming on. We want to run with this story. A lot of things will be discussed today. President Baga is speaking on the issue of the electricity in the country. President Baga is talking about children are not going to school. People have not been employed. President Baga is fighting and going against my Ellen and say, honor your government. The country was the worst, stinking, dirty, nasty country. And honor my administration. We are doing better. My Liberian people, welcome to Spoon Talk. We're going to get into it. It's good to have you, man. I see that Snow is on and off. We'll bring him in when he's ready. Quickly, let me come to you, Tama, again, as I can take you at any time because, okay, Snow is ready. Snow is ready. Guys, we have to do this. I'm in Zigo tonight because I know what I'm hearing from both sides of the aisle, Emmanuel George. Samuel 12 will be making history tomorrow. Whether he will be the first finance minister that will be found guilty of $6.5 million or whether he will be set free. Listen, we're bringing the line with Johnny Quackery. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Is that what happening tomorrow? If it doesn't fit, you must acquit, or Samuel 12 will be found guilty. Listen, I'm just asking the question. It's going to have to straight out. Tell them, what am I getting? You can get a bossa. I got potato green yummy. I'm in Zigo.
What side is Zigo for? For guilty or not guilty verdict?
No, I'm saying like you adjust, you too far up. But I'm saying to you, I'm not on either side yet. I'm on the side of the law. Okay. I'm on the side of the law, Senator. Listen, right. I'm not a legal practitioner, but I do believe the law should be the law. Friendship or no friendship, right? If Samuel 12 didn't take the money, he should walk free. If Samuel 12, like the government is saying, stole the money, he and others, one of these persecutions, he should be found guilty. But we all should respect our system, and the law should always be the law. That's the side I'm on, sir.
I agree with you.
What side are you on?
The law, the side of the law.
Good. Welcome to Spoon Talk. Tomorrow is a great day. We got Dr. Josh here. We get Jacob Jada. Dr. Rich is here sitting by you, Sanders Slow. Damo Slanger is here. You know, gradually we're turning this thing over to the young people, so Damo will come on often. And we got Tamba Agaras, the only Gissime on the show from all the way 4 years downtown. And we got Asedo, the Bloodstains Addiction. He's on the show as well. We want to appreciate all of you. We'll be having a great time today. While we welcome you, my friend, we got a lot to discuss about President Boyka, but Edwin Snow is here, Senator of Bowman County, to discuss the issue about something that happened from ECOWAS. That Rich is here. Who wrote it? Who read it? Why intentionally or unintentionally, Yeke wasn't mentioned. The Guineans at the border, nobody talked about it. So, the lead Liberian representative on ECOWAS Parliament team, Edwin Snow, Senator of Bowman County, is here to address this issue. We saw Taiwan was speaking, Mama B speaking, we saw, and it's everybody. The people are part of the team. But what's the true story? Welcome to the show, sir. I'm going to play the clip, then from there we'll hear from you. So all those of you, yeah. All those of you that are joining us, let me play this clip, listen to it, and then we'll go through the discussion. We don't have enough time. We try to squeeze everything in and give everyone a chance to speak. So let's just push.
At war by today, given the issues between Liberia and Guinea, everybody condemned, including this parliament. We issued a statement. And Liberia will come here and tell us stories and not mention it. Like there's no respect, no regard for the issues that have put our hearts on the line. We need to know what has happened. And if in the process of trying to find out the truth about the situation, a lawmaker spoke about it, the world is not a global village. What I'm saying here now, somebody in Canada will hear me in the next 2 seconds. If a member of parliament to couple up and say, this is a true position, that he believes that these territories belong to Guinea, what Liberia could do would be to expel the man from parliament. And we are here presenting a report. I don't know what the court Liberia have presented. I need to know what happened. What is it that made them to withdraw? What is it that made them to expel somebody who was attempting to do it? If we are not prepared to tell the truth and live by it, we better shut down what we are calling democracy and define it in our own languages and follow through. Thank you very much.
Merci, merci à chers collègues pour.
Welcome to the show, Senator. Here we are. What's going on? Who's the gentleman speaking? Which country is he from? Bring us up to speed and we'll ask you a question concerning what is circulated on social media.
So the gentleman speaking is called Representative Abiante. He's from Nigeria and he's represented from Rivers State. He also happens to be my first rapporteur on the Political Affairs Committee, and he's one of the most thought-provoking member of the ECOWAS Parliament. He was the one critiquing our report.
Is this something that you guys do to critique each country report?
So, Stanton, at the ECOWAS Parliament, we have 2 ordinary sessions during the year. There are 2 ordinary sessions. And at those ordinary sessions, we have something called the country report. And each country delegation presents the country report. The report covers the issue of human rights, gender, political situation, peace and security, the economy, the macroeconomic convergence, infrastructure development. So it's a whole layout on the report. And after the report is delivered, there's debate. So you can even come and deliver a report and maybe you don't say anything about Stanton Waterspoon, for example. And someone can take the floor and ask you something about Stanton, what it has to do with your country. The person has the right to ask you. So it's a whole debate after every presentation by a country. It's a whole debate. So yes, I read the Liberian report yesterday, and after reading the report, Honorable Abiante had an issue that in the previous report, I informed the ECOWAS Parliament about Guinea's aggression against Liberia. that Guinea had crossed the border, that Guinea had hosted a flag on Liberian territory. Sierra Leone raised the same issue, and the ECOWAS Parliament, coordinated with the ECOWAS Commission, got involved with the matter. So Abiante issue was, we almost went to war here with Guinea. We were fussing with Guinea, and now you're giving a report without mentioning what is happening at the border, or giving us, the account of what's happening at the border. He also said a lawmaker spoke of the situation at the border, and the lawmaker was expelled. Such a grave situation, and you're not informing this parliament about it. So when I read the report, there was an applause. People felt it was a good report. I got a cheering ovation for the report. And his thing was, why will you tell Liberia that they presented a good report if they left out two major issues of the report? I mean, there were other speakers who had the same concerns. The matter of fact, there was a guy from Guinea-Bissau, I think, who talked about perfect key. So the issue of perfect key was raised, the issue of Yeke, issue of the border. So people will ask, and the delegation have to answer those questions. Once those concerns come, the delegation have to answer. So that's what happened yesterday.
You're on mute, Stanton.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So yeah, I was muted. Senator, my question is.
Stand up, not hearing you.
You not hearing me now?
I hear you.
Can you go out and come back in? You guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Senator, can you? Am I good now? Go out and come back in, Senator, please. Just go come back in. Maybe you got a phone call. We were
Senator, he wants you to go. He wants you to go out and come back in, Senator.
Okay, so he will go out and come back in. But again, we're going to ask Senator Snow a question, because Senator Snow read the report, right, Dr. Richardson? And he saw the report. The report actually, I don't want to call the individual name. Maybe the senator will call it individual name. Guys, welcome to Spoon Talk. Share the show. Let's make progress. We got a lot coming your way today. Everybody will have the time to say what he or she want to say, their own opinion here. Let's see if Senator Snow is hearing me now. Senator, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, Senator. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Let's get to it. Senator, you read the report. You saw the report. How many days how many days it took you to go over the report?
So, Senator, let me explain first how the reporting system works with our delegation. Now, time immemorial, since I joined the ECOWAS Parliament, when Jefferson Camo was head of delegation, third deputy speaker, when George Monrovia was head of delegation, when I became head of delegation, and Clarence Massacre, if you're listening, he can tell you about this. Steven Zago can tell you about it. Jonathan Kapie can tell you about it. Haja Fatah Sion can tell you about it. Jefferson Camo can tell you about it. So the list goes on. So most countries' delegation has a clerk assigned to the delegation. So like Sierra Leone, when they come in, they bring in the clerk. The clerk happens to be a civil servant, non-political person who serves as a clerk of the committee. Ghana has a clerk of the committee. Some countries, like yesterday, when Senegal delivered the report, and there are three categories of lawmakers that go to the ECOWAS Parliament. One, your delegation must have female representation. Two, the delegation must have members of the ruling establishment on the delegation. Three, the delegation must have opposition figures on the delegation. Those are three cardinal things that every delegation must have: opposition, ruling party, female representation. So when Senegal, for example, delivered the report yesterday, two of the opposition members critiqued their own country report, that the report wasn't fair, the report didn't give proper account of what was happening in Senegal. So it was a big debate on Senegal yesterday, which happens at the ECOWAS Parliament. In the case of Liberia, time immemorial, we have a technician at the Ministry of Finance called Ben Roberts. Ben Roberts is not a politician. He doesn't get involved in the politics, nothing. So he's the DEX officer, the ECOWAS DEX officer assigned under the Ministry of Finance. He coordinates with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Finance. Very experienced, very well qualified, but he's not in our data. He's not a politician. He's strictly a technician. So Ben Roberts will draft the report. and he's in our delegation, Liberian delegation chat room. So when the report is due, we send a text in the chat room. All 5 of us have access to that chat room, including Ben Roberts. And Ben Roberts will draft our report and put the report in the chat room. As head of delegation, I will ask my people to look at the report and make any input where necessary. So the report comes back to the chat room. You can make your input before we send the report for translation, because the report goes into English, French, and Portuguese. Then the report, when it comes to us, we can make our own input and we'll proceed from there. So Ben Rao did the report. Yes, the report was late from Ben Rao, but that's not an excuse. Ben Rao did the report, posted it in the chat room. I asked if there were any input. Nobody made input. Send the report for translation. The matter of fact, when we first asked, I even asked if there were any volunteers. So what I normally do, I will ask in the chat room, would there be any volunteer to read the report? So most times, if there's no volunteer, then I, as head of delegation, will offer myself to read the report. So the report came. I arrived in Abuja the day before yesterday. Yesterday morning, I got there, saw the report. I was asked to read the report, and I read the report. The report in itself was a good report. It reflected issues in Liberia. Unfortunately, the report did not reflect or mention the issue of Yeke. The report did not mention the issue of the Guinean border, which, again, I would say, well, maybe it should have been there. But Stanton, let's go to, or before I go to the issue, that's how the report is written. Then we can go to the politics of the report. But just to let you know, that's how the report is written. All 5 of us, so no one person have exclusivity over that report. All 5 of us, Senator Alex Tyler, Representative Tai Wongwe, Representative Mema Breeze Mensa, Representative Samuel Ennis, Senator Edwin Snow. It goes in our chat room. Everybody has the right to make input on the report and bring it back in the chat room. So there's nothing private about it. When that final input is made, then I send the report to the Secretariat of the ECOWAS Parliament, and then they don't doctor your report. So what you send is what it gave you. And then the report is going into English, French, and Portuguese.
Well, let me ask you a question. Thank you very much, Senator Snow, though. Let's talk about you. I believe you are the senior ranking parliament members, right? Why couldn't you edit the report? Why couldn't you include? Why couldn't you make any suggestion about the border issue and that of Yeket issue? Why couldn't you?
So, Stanton, you know, there are two issues here that we must talk about. Unfortunately, we are in a political dispensation that every critical issue in the country becomes offensive to the government. Everything, once you're critical, even if it's for their own good, once you're critical, it becomes offensive. Now, don't forget, let's go back one. When we reported in the ECOWAS Parliament on the situation in the House of Representatives during the issue of Furanti Kofa, it was a crime. The whole government machinery, Ministry of Information as usual, they mounted a platform and they went after Edwin Snow and not even the delegation. They act like Edwin Snow is the only member of the delegation. They came after me. When we reported on the usage of the presidential lounge at the airport with former President George Weah, it became offensive. It became a crime to the government. Now, I didn't have any problem with the issue of the border not being in the report because the government have not given us a clear position on this border. So Edwin Snow, now as head of delegation, had read a report yesterday and speak of the border. Whatever I have said that is not in line with the Unity Party government, it would have been a crime. So I'm happy that
No. I'm not saying you should have spoken on it yesterday while reading it. My question: you had the time to go over the report that Ben Fofana from the Finance Ministry, right?
Ben Roberts
from the Finance Ministry, the ECOWAS technician, compiled. My question to you: why couldn't you tell your team, Alex Tade, Reverend Enders, Tai Wongwe, Mama Bridge-Mensa, we are missing 2 very important things here. We must include it before I read this. Why couldn't you?
No, Senator, I don't have any regret now doing that. It was up to them as well. Now, let me, so background. Okay, for full disclosure, Senator Tyler wasn't well, so he had to do his medical. He wasn't here. He's not here. So I won't include him in this because he's not on it. Even though he's part of the chat room and he saw the report, but he's not on the ground. So let me just say that first. The four of us that were here, everybody read the report. Anybody who had made that input. Stanton, you know what, Stanton? I said on a talk show in Liberia the other day that when people are prevented from talking and when everything you say in the country becomes offensive, people will stop talking. And when people stop talking, it's like when you're home, when you tell your parents, oh, daddy, can we do this? And everything becomes offensive, the child will stop talking. Or even in a relationship. I think you even said on your radio, on your show last night. So everything, Los Stanton, there have been a time where the government of Liberia have made representation to ECOWAS to withdraw me from the ECOWAS parliament. To withdraw me from the ECOWAS parliament. It has come, too many things has happened. This never happened under Madam Salif. It never happened under President Weah, but it has happened today. And the government has failed to realize that at the ECOWAS parliament, there's room for opposition. At the ECOWAS parliament, there's room for ruling party. At the ECOWAS parliament, there's room for independent or female representation. So if Edwin Snow, now stand on, let's put all joke aside. If I had gone to read a report yesterday and mention that, Guinea on our land, or this is happening, American spoke on the floor of the Senate, another senator said they should investigate American. Yaka Koloba said the land for Guinea, Yaka was expelled. So what do you want me to say? Stanton, it has come to the stage where everything, it's unfortunate, Stanton, that we have a government that is governing the country, but every opinion of a non-partisan of the government becomes offensive. Tewon Gongolo goes around the country and see things happening, he can't tell the blast at him. Ellen Johnson can't tell the blast at Ellen Johnson. I mean, people that Ellen Johnson sent to school that in the government today, they're dealing with Ellen. So it's like everything you say is offensive. I've saying to you tonight, maybe I've not said it to you before, this government have made representation to ECOWAS to withdraw me from the parliament because according to them, I'm an opposition. But let the government be reminded that there's room at the ECOWAS parliament for opposition. Now, there are 3 representatives at the ECOWAS parliament, 3 members of the House of Representatives. They expel Yeke. I didn't expel Yeke. They read the report. Why they didn't put it there? They should have said,
okay, so let's go around the table. Again, folks, we have Edwin Snow, the senator of Bowman County. He want to say exactly what he did and what he didn't do. But this is a very serious issue. And I want you to follow us. I want you to share it. And I want the Liberian people to hear at home and abroad. Dr. Richardson, something is happening here. Senator Snow, before Dr. Richardson come in, let me ask you though, would you have done something differently if it were George Weah government or Madam Salif government and you own the parliament?
Stanton, and the line is open. I want you to call. There were times at the ECOWAS parliament. Now, for example, at this parliament, Alex Tyler is a member of the ruling establishment. Member Breeze Mensa is an open thing. She supports the ruling establishment. I'm a member of the opposition community. Tai Wongwei, I'm sure he's a member of the opposition community. Reverend Enos is independent. There have been times at the ECOWAS parliament there where there have been more opposition than the matter of fact, Honor George Weah.
Well, I'm asking because we got to go. Would you have done something different, Senator Snow? Because you had an opportunity to make correction. Yeah, go ahead.
Honor George Weah, there was Steve Zago, opposition at the ECOWAS parliament. There was Clarence Massaquoi, opposition at the ECOWAS parliament. There was Jonathan Kapi, opposition at the out of the 5. There were 3 hardcore opposition. And there were times in the parliament where we criticized the Weah government and were never queried for it because that is the right of the parliament. You should speak freely. When there were things happening in the country, like the 60 billion or this other demonstration, we were critical of the government and we went back home. There were no reprisal. Under this administration, I spoke of the Rachel Kuhn and Fonati Kofa saga. You are a journalist, keep the file. I was criticized by the government for speaking about it.
I know we have to give room to others, Senator Snow. My question just simple. Hey, there you go again. You can hear me. I mean, you gotta hear me. You gotta hear me. I mean, you just have to go out and come
Senator,
back.
are you hearing us?
The man gonna come back. That Richardson, who you have done something differently. It's simple because we got to understand. I know you have an issue with this government. I know this government trying to say they should record you from the ECOWAS Parliament. I know all this bad blood, but the main issue that you want to do a piece of job, who you have done something differently. If it was George Weah government or Madam Sadi government, and the senator got to answer, and then we'll bring you guys in. The senator is back. So Senator Snow, help us understand, Senator, please. Help us. My question remains the same, sir.
So, Stanton, under Madam Salif government, we read report at the ECOWAS Parliament, and when there was shortcoming of the government, we made those positions. The ECOWAS Parliament was debated. Nobody ever wrote, Madam Salif never wrote ECOWAS Parliament to withdraw any member of the Parliament. Under George Weah government, when there were critical issues, we made our position clear at the ECOWAS Parliament. George Weah government never wrote ECOWAS to withdraw any member of the ECOWAS Parliament. Under this government, when we talk about the airport, about George Weah not being allowed to use the presidential lounge, and we talk about the Rachel Kuhn and Funanti Kofa issue with the House of Representatives, a letter was written to withdraw me from the ECOWAS Parliament because I mentioned it in the report. The Ministry of Education and Information went on the platform and they criticized me. They even knew my mother's date of birth on that show because I talk about what is obtaining in the country. And Stanton, even if you don't put it in the report, any member of the ECOWAS Parliament have the right to ask you questions about what happened in your country. So it's becoming, Stanton, I mean, we may take it for granted. The president issued a statement the other day. It's becoming serious that once you have a critical view that is not approved by the ruling establishment, it becomes offensive. And it's sad, Stanton. It's sad for our country. So I hear everybody, I hear all the, like I said today, when you go to a destination, the dogs are barking. Just continue going. Don't throw soon at the dogs. So I will not throw soon at the dogs are barking. Let them continue barking.
So I understand you saying these things, which of course we'll get to, but you have to answer the question, Chief. Well, you have done something different, not the barking dog, okay? You are saying not throwing stone, but who you have done something.
If it was a different situation where you are not punished for stating what is happening in your country, I would have written a report and mentioned what is happening at the border. I would have written a report and mentioned that Yeke was expelled for whatever reason he was expelled. We have put it in the report. But if my colleague Amara Konen will go on the floor and talk about strengthening our army and giving the army more support, and a member of the ruling party say you should investigate Amara, and if another lawmaker can say they learned for Guinea and he's expelled, say no, if I don't get joy, you give me joy, then tell me, I will say it.
So you deliberately refuse to include that then?
No,
because you don't want to be.
I did not refuse. There are 5 members of the ECOWAS Parliament, and all 5 of us take equal responsibility. If Edwin Snow did not put it there, any other full person would have put it in the report. And the report.
Dr. Richardson. Thank you very much, Senator Snow. Dr. Richardson.
Yeah. It's great having you here again, Senator Snow. I'm hearing you say that you are working in fear at the ECOWAS Parliament because you are not effectively telling your colleagues at ECOWAS what is happening in Liberia. You are not transparent with your colleagues because you are fearful that if you say something, there could be retaliation against you. Is that right?
You may say that, if for lack of better words, you may choose the word fear, but I'm just trying to buy my peace. Because, and I'm giving you examples, Dr. Richardson, when there was an issue in the House of Representatives, it was my duty, it was a parliament member's duty to report to the ECOWAS Parliament. When we reported, it became offensive. A senior minister, a female minister of the Ministry of State, wrote a letter by authority to ECOWAS to have me recall for ECOWAS.
So
at the Ministry of State, okay, when we reported the issue about the usage of the VIP lounge at the airport, it became offensive. So every time you do your job at ECOWAS, even when they were doing the whole Funanti thing and they try to withdraw the members of the ECOWAS Parliament, the same members are there today, try to withdraw them, and I explained to them that it was not possible, this is a way to do it, it became offensive. So for me, Dr. Richardson, we have 5 members on the delegation. If I'm putting in a report to read it, any of the four of them who are putting in that report, I was still going to read it. I read what was presented. So the technician sent a report and no politician made any input. Because today, what we're going to be talking about now, we're going to be like, oh, it's Snow who put it there. So we're five.
So okay, I agree with you that all five of you should take responsibility for not informing the world, not informing ECOWA that the Guineans are still at our border, and we have Yeke Koloba, who was expelled from the House of Representatives because he spoke about the Guinean situation. So okay, I agree with you that you alone should not take the responsibility. But you are elected by the people of Bami to represent them. Disappear on us.
Well, Dr. Richardson, I would say this though, and Senator Snow will come back. I don't know if I hear you right about agreeing with Senator Snow. But again, after Senator Snow, I think we have heated argument here. I like where you were going when you said the people elected him to represent Bombing and Liberia. How can Senator Snow say he's working on a fear? Fear that he will be recalled. Fear that he will lose his job. Fear that maybe he will be persecuted. So, I mean, we got a lot to discuss tonight, folks. Share the show. Let's try to bring Senator Snow back.
Yeah,
Senator, are you hearing us?
So stand on. Yeah, I'm hearing you. So stand on. Again, like I said, if fair would be the word, then you can use that word. But for me, I rather my peace of mind. And if I didn't put it in the report, anybody else would have put in the report, and we're going to read the report. So why if it was an issue of grave concern, why the other four people then? The report is open, Senator. I can share my text message. What we do when the report comes, I will put back in the chat room. The report is ready. Please make your input. It's there. It's in chat. Make your input. I will share it with you, and for the purpose of this show and the audience, you can share it. All right. I will text the delegation and say, here is a draft of the report. Please make your input. So no other than four person made input. The intelligence Snow now say, why you do it so they can go write letter on you? I tell you, Santa.
No, we don't tell you Snow because we have you here. We can ask that one way, answer right, but we have you here.
I agree with you, Stanton. I'm just saying to you, Stanton, that if you're in a situation where every critical view, no matter how constructive it may seem, once it's critical, it becomes offensive, then sometimes just buy a piece. So again, like I said, if I put it in the report, it was going to be a different thing today. Oh, Snow, he wanted the government to face, so he put in the report about Guinea border. The matter of fact, Stanton, what was I going to say about Guinea border if the government not giving any position about Guinea border? What's the government? Let me ask you, what's the government position on Guinea border that I will put in that report?
But Mr. Snow, we should be asking you. You are the legislator there. You should be telling us. And are you not the leader of Liberians at ECOWA? Would you say, or you guys are on equal footing?
I am.
I'm
the head of delegation.
So
Yes.
do you believe that you hold a greater responsibility?
Of course I do. Of course I do.
Okay. All right.
Of course I do.
I rest my case.
Okay, let me bring in Isaac. Where Isaac? Okay, Isaac left. I'm going to bring you in, Dr. Emmanuel George, and welcome to the show, Billy D. Isaac, you here? Let's hear from Isaac.
Oh, I'm here. Stand up.
Isaac, go ahead.
Yeah.
Let's hear from Isaac. You'll come in.
Thank
Isaac,
you.
go
So,
ahead.
Senator, I got one question, and I also got a statement, but I will ask you the question first. You just hit the start of my question in your last sentence. I understood from you that the report you gave or the report you read at the ECOWAS Parliament contains information given you. Example, I read a report, I saw some things about economic numbers, I saw some things about agriculture, I saw some things about, things that are not within the purview of the legislature. I took it from there to mean those information were actually given to you by the authority, the executive. Let me ask, do you know the current situation at the Guinea border right now? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know.
Very well. So that's my comment. So if you did not get the information for which you don't know now, what will you have put in the report concerning the Guinea border? What will you be writing in it? Like, what would be the sentence you put there?
I wish I knew. The government have given us no
people,
official position on the Guinea border. It is an official position we're going to put in
right.
the report. There's no official position on the Guinea border.
No. I beg you guys. Let's have an open conversation. Yeah. No. I say you ask a question and we got to address it. President Boga has spoken about the Guinea Liberia situation. Senator Snow knows very well the president and Bill from Sierra Leone went to Guinea. You can't tell us, Senator Snow, that you don't know what to put. No, Chief. You cannot tell us that you don't know what to put in the report when you knew very well that the president spoke about the Guinea situation. And what the president said concerning the Guinea situation, let me put it up. I think this is it.
Project Training Center. Mr. Speaker, members of the legislature, providing adequate housing remains.
I will find a clip when the president spoke about it, when he gave his state of the address concerning Guinea. No, the president spoke about it. They say diplomacy. You didn't listen to the president when he addressed the Guinea situation, when we beat on him to speak about Guinea situation?
And he said
after they left from Guinea, you didn't listen to him, Snow?
So where are the Guinea soldiers right now?
The Guinea folks, as we can, this network can confirm, they stay in Liberia.
So I want you me to say yesterday.
Oh, Snow. Then tell your ECOWAS parliament, we say how the Guineans in Liberia, on Liberian soil.
I never went there to see them. And Star said he went there. Tasha, I put in the report.
Oh, wow. That's a continue.
So, Stanton, thank you. So this is where we have to be very logical and reasonable here. Oh, Stanton, if you want to mute, please, somebody. Okay, thank you. So, if Senator Snow or any member of the delegation who have placed in the current report, let's not forget, Senator Snow did say the previous report had a mention of the border situation. This report now should have been an update from the previous report. But because there is no update to give, now, has the government of Liberia agreed with the Guinean authority that that portion of the land they are on, they should take it or not? Has Guinea agreed that their soldiers will leave from there next year, next month, 2 weeks from now, 10 years from now? Or will that portion of the land be a joint portion for both Guinea and what is the update? Senator Snow mentioned it, that the previous report did mention the issue of the border. This one now should have been an update from that. Earlier mentioned.
So I said, let's get to the question. We don't have enough time for long explanation.
I got a question in the comment. There's the comment I'm having.
No, let's ask questions because we have many on the show, Chief.
Right. No. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Since you want me to ask questions are many. Senator Snow, let me ask you on the issue of Yeka Koluba, because it was also mentioned. The House said they expelled. I will say allegedly. Allegedly, while we all know they need certain number to be able to expel. Now, as far as we know, they did not have that number because some of the representatives, they say they did not support it, they didn't sign. Now, you and I don't know what President Baka is intending. Do you know if the executive has accepted that Yeke is expelled or Yeke is not expelled? Even taking into consideration that Yeke has gone to the court, what would have been your update on the Yeke issue? What position do you know of the government? How is the government approaching it? Is Yeke expelled? Is Yeke not expelled?
Thank you very much, Asa. Thank you. Let me bring Senator Snow. Can you address Asa questions and concerns, sir?
So I say it's very simple. I say we have 5 members of the ECOWAS Parliament. There are 3 for the House of Representatives. Whatever they know about Yeke, they should have put in the report. I'm going to read it. They didn't talk about Yeke issue. I'm not in the House of Representatives. So I read what was given me to read. They, in the House of Representatives, they signed resolution to move or not to remove Yeke. They should have inserted it in the report. And we're going to read it.
Thank you very much, Senator. Let me bring in Dr. George. Dr. George, let's hear you, please.
Good evening, Senator. How are you today, sir?
Dr. George, how are you, sir? I love
I'm
your
doing.
T-shirt.
Thank you. I'm doing great. Were there any point in time when you were reading the report that you thought within yourself that it would have been important to have added the 2 points that was brought on the floor, a representative from the member of parliament from Nigeria?
The matter of fact, Dr. George, when I first glanced at the report on Tuesday morning, because what happened is I have gone to the US, I returned to Liberia on Monday night, and then left from Liberia early Tuesday morning for Abuja. So Wednesday, I was in session when I was giving the report to read. When I read the report, I knew that there were key things that were not mentioned in the report. But again, like I said, those reports are open. So, for example, Nigeria giving a report tomorrow, Nigeria will ask them questions too. So, if those things didn't come in the report and it came on the floor, we had to answer it, and we had to answer it, and we answer it. So, yes, but then, Dr. Josh, I will repeat myself. Never a time in our history or since I joined the ECOWAS Parliament have any member of the delegation or the entire delegation been chastised by the Ministry of Information on the platform for reporting something to the ECOWAS Parliament. When we went to the ECOWAS Parliament and reported the saga in the House of Representatives, it was a national debate and were criticized for doing that. When we went to the ECOWAS Parliament and reported the issue at the airport, it was a national debate and were criticized for doing that. So we are at a stage where it's almost like we're being sanctioned as to what to say and what not to say. So because we already did not have sufficient information, or there is no official information from the government regarding the Guinea border, when I didn't see the issue of the Guinea border there, I didn't bother to insert it there. When I didn't see the issue of Yeke there, and there are 3 members of the House of Representatives who know about the Yeke story more than me and have the report and they put in the report, I felt they were not ready to talk about it. So that was it.
Okay, Senator. The 2024 Millennium, the MCC report 2024 placed the rule of law at 47%. We failed. In 2025, it also places the rule of law at 44%. So it means under this administration, within 1 year, we left from 47 to 44. We doing the moonwalk. Listening to you this evening, Honorable Senator, and the fear that you appears, or the concern that you seem to have, being that, in my opinion, you are one of the great politicians we have in our country. You have been successful in every elections that you have participated in. And when we analyzed you some time ago, most of the panelists believe that any county you go in, you have a reputation of that you will definitely be able to win. So if a very respectable politician as you are, former speaker of the House of Representatives, expresses this level of let me use anxiety instead of fear, if you won't mind, this level of anxiety in speaking truth to power, what do you think is happening to those of us who are ordinary Liberians?
You know, this is a very good question, Dr. George, and I hope my friends in the administration will listen to this. When you get the citizens to a stage where they feel that everything they say becomes offensive and they stop talking, there will be a time when they will talk. There will be a time that we'll talk. In most times in our democratic political dispensation, alternatively, you don't have midterm election. So like this term, this administration, there's no midterm election in the 6 years, but the next 6 years, there will be a midterm election. Now, the midterm election has always been used as a yardstick to critique the performances of the administration. In this administration, you don't have it. But in most administration, like in the real government, I mean, there was no government people were so critical of than the real government. There were demonstrations, there were protests, there were talk shows, there were everything. And most time those things were seen as either being objective or even the real people didn't accept it. Where the two of them, the same people anyway, where they didn't accept it, people were able to express themselves. Today, it's different. I was sorry for Madame Salif the other day when she expressed herself. You saw how the king after Madame Salif. Amara Conan goes on the Senate floor and calling for support for the military, and our colleagues say go and investigate Amara Conan. So it's getting at the stage where, well, maybe people may not want to talk now, but they could talk later. And for me, instead, every day I need snow. Even if I was still in America or in Liberia, and I read, the matter of fact, I saw a post today from Unity Party blog that said, I programmed a Nigerian man to ask a question. I saw it today, I think, Sean Liberia or something like that. They said, I programmed Abiante to ask the question because it wasn't in the report. So it's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. And, I thank God the president used a good analogy about these dogs barking all over the place. These dogs will continue barking. We can't stop and start throwing stones to all the dogs that bark. We just got to continue going and do the right thing.
So, Senator, if I may put in a final...
I beg you, let me move on. I beg you, Chief. We'll come back to you, Dr. Josh. Let me bring the rest of the guys. Tamba, let's hear you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. Hello, Senator Snow. Welcome to the show. And hello to all the colleagues on the panel. Just a couple of questions here, Senator Snow. I think someone of your caliber who have been in government now for close to 2 decades, served as representative, and now you are senator, and you are a high-ranking member at our ECOWAS representation, Senator. When you are saying that you don't feel safe in your own country, and you are...
I didn't say that. I never said that.
So maybe that's my first...
No. Make it clear, I did not say that.
Are you saying today that you don't feel safe as a senator and a Liberian citizen?
I'm very safe. I feel safe. I've always been safe, feel safe. I've always felt safe in my country, and I feel safe.
Wonderful. And you are the how do you call it, the Senate, right? So you have oversight over government, but also you are core and equal branches of government that you have to coordinate and collaborate, right? So in the exercise of that duty, while you are writing that report, Senator Snow, and you knew that you had already mentioned this in your prior report to the ECOWAS Parliament, can you give us one tangible reason why you couldn't update that report and say we don't have no new update on the border situation with Guinea?
But you just answered the question. Because we didn't have new update, we didn't put it there. Simple. You just said it.
Yeah, but you didn't mention it in the report. So even
but
say
it applies. Because there was no new update, it applies. You just answered my question, Chief. It applies. There's no new update. Why are you writing it there?
And then finally, Senator Snow, I know we have been on the show. Someone of your caliber, you are wealthy, you are powerful, you are on the Senate committee, and you speak loudly. Even today, your post says that you speak loudly, you speak against government when you disagree. Should people believe what you are saying today, or are you just saying this to buy sentiment and not take accountability for your role as a leader of our ECOWAS Parliament?
No, I don't look for sentiment. I hold my own grounds. I don't look for sentiment. I'm just trying to say to you that on two previous occasions, when there were national issues that I mentioned in the ECOWAS Parliament, there was reprisal. I was criticized by the government. The matter of fact, the government didn't stop there. The government went further to say that I was trying to destabilize the country. And we the Senate invited the Minister of Information and the Minister of Justice in the Senate consultative meeting, and they both admitted that they lied on me. And they were going to correct that story. Till today, they never corrected it. If you go to Google today and you search my name, that story comes up. That I was trying to undermine the government. I was going to use ECOWAS to prevent investment. But the reason the Ministry of Information did that, because a female minister of the Ministry of State had already written a letter to ECOWAS asking for my recall. So they're using that as it.
So, Senator, when did they ask for ECOWAS to recall you? When?
The same time the Ministry of Information wrote that statement that I was trying to undermine the Liberian government.
Was that letter authorized by the president?
I don't know.
And who the minister at the Minister of State?
You can check for one of the most senior female minister at the Ministry.
Are you talking about Madera Cooper?
I said minister.
Mama Ability?
You can go and check.
You said what? You said the advisor? No, you said I didn't hear what you said. You said the person said as an advisor?
I said I didn't tell you advisor, I said minister. I didn't speak crew, I spoke English.
No, I understand. We're from the same crew background, you and I, so we can speak crew. But what I'm saying to you, though, you cannot hold back information if you're accusing the executive mansion of writing a letter for your record, and then you say, I will not say it, I will say it. So where are we now?
Senator, it's not important.
Did you? No, it is important. You're such a senator. Did you see the letter from the executive mansion? Did you see that letter?
I read the letter. And I had conversation with the authorities at ECOWAS, and they verified, there was a team that verified the information that was provided and found out that the information was false.
And that minister currently at the Ministry of State, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's bring in Wilfred Bangura. Are you done?
No, I wanted to comment quickly, Stanton.
And are you done with your two questions, though?
Yeah, I asked two questions.
We'll come back to you, Chief. Wilfred, let's hear you. Okay. This is a very hard show, folks. A lot of people want everything we can give it. Let's do two questions, and let's push Senator Snow, because to be frank, we got to be fair with the discussion. I will play exactly what President Bwaka said concerning the position of the Liberian government on the border. I will play that clip and we'll yell to the Snow to respond. But today, Wilfred, welcome to the show. Let's hear you. Your question, two questions for Senator Snow.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening to Senator Snow and my colleagues on the panel tonight. Senator, it's good to see you.
Always good to see you.
Thank you. I can recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, the same day the summit was being held in Guinea with the Guinean leader, amongst President Bwaka, his counterpart from Sierra Leone, and the Guinean leader. You made a post with the president in a military fatigue. If that is correct, I want to know what was the motivation behind that post.
Well, Bangura, by that time you're in the opposition, you called me, you were laughing at the post. You thought it was funny.
No, I did not call you. No.
Really?
Senator, I didn't call you about the post.
That time you were in CMC. We talked about it, we laughed about it, we thought it was just human.
No, Senator. I just want to know what was the motivation behind the post.
Well, Wilfred, the job we do is a serious job, but sometimes you laugh, you joke, you play, and you de-stress. And I thought that was a human side of it. It was funny, it was an AI generated picture, which I stated. But again, it didn't go down where it was a very unpopular view. And I didn't when I saw it was very unpopular, I mean, I wish I didn't do it, but it happened. It was not out of any aggression. It was just one of those things where you say, oh, the president read it, or something like that. But it wasn't a very popular post, and I take responsibility of the post. And maybe if I had to do it again, I wouldn't do it because it wasn't a popular view.
Can you hold on 1 minute? Let me put Senator Snow here with for you. Ask a good question on this photo, right? And I try to be as independent as possible. That photo, did it come from you?
Well, Senator, I have two Facebook accounts. I have a public view and I have a private view. So whatever comes on my page, I take full responsibility for it.
But you're not the creator, right?
It's an AI. It was an AI generated.
You created it. You generated it.
No.
Who sent it to you? Who sent it to you?
You know, I'm not going to tell you. You know who sent it.
That's our problem here, right?
No, I'm not going to tell you.
Because I saw. No, guys.
Stand on. You just let confusion, because that photo was sent to me by a ranking member of the rescue mission. But because I posted it, I got in trouble. And I'm not going to call the person in, so let me go there.
But Senator, because I heard you say this. I'm not asking for it. I'm not asking for it. But I heard you some time ago when the senator posted this thing, that it never came from him. And he pointed out another senator. So we are all spoon right now. No, Chief, hold on 1 minute. You on my second hit, you get. I know you gave me.
I take
Senator,
full responsibility for it.
I know you would give me another cake when my birthday come next year again. So we gotta still be friends. But here's the issue, though. You didn't create. You never generated the AI. Somebody did. They forward it to you. You posted it. And the person got to defend themselves.
So Stanton, I saw it funny. The matter of fact, there were more than, I think there was another one with me also. There was another one with me, AI generator in military uniform, holding a gun or something like that, and that one. And it was something that I thought was funny. But again, like I said, it was a very unpopular post. It didn't go down well with both members. Even my family members thought that it was inappropriate, So family members that was telling my main fair was inappropriate. The audience, the majority of the audience fair was inappropriate. I take full responsibility for it. And if I had to do it again, I wouldn't do it.
Okay.
So whoever said it to me, it's a different thing.
I mean, you just said a senator sent it to you. That's what you said.
Whoever.
No, you said a senator sent it to you.
Man, let me ask the second question.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator name tonight. Go ahead with it.
I appreciate your answer. And here's my last question to you. When the president returned from Guinea, he met with the Liberian Senate. I think he provided briefings for them. Were you in the Senate at the time?
I was, definitely I was.
But did he brief the Senate then?
The president met the Senate.
Okay, did he brief the Senate on the Guinean issue, or was something different?
The president met with the Senate.
I know he met with the Senate, but
I cannot tell you what the president wanted to discuss with the Senate. You're not in the ruling party. I'm sure they will tell you it, but I can't tell you what the president went to.
No, we're not asking whether you should explain something confidential. Just simple question. Were you guys briefed on the Guinean issue?
The president met with the Senate and we had a pleasant conversation, full stop. Whatever the content of the conversation, I'm not going to discuss it.
But the Guinean issue was not part of the conversation. You want to
when you turn the question around, I will answer you.
Okay, I use that.
And I think that those were very critical, decent two questions, especially Senator Snow were part of that briefing. We have the photo, the president shook his hand, we show it. And you got to understand that the president spoke about printing of new money. The president spoke about the situation at the border.
I even got in trouble when I showed the president and posted in all. I still got
criticized. The president spoke about the border for Senator. So the reason why this question coming up, Senator, you say you don't know the government position. And so we must remind you of the government position because you are also briefed. Let me bring in Betty D and then we'll go to Fubi Henry. Betty D, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stanton, and great being here. And my beautiful cousin, good to see you.
Okay, but you know, Betty, I beg you, one serious flag like this, don't bring her down with that beautiful cousin thing back. Keep it for the end of the show, Chief, please. Yeah, okay. You're getting to be rampant, my man. You can kill our Zico. We beg you, Chief. Yeah, you can kill our Zico with that beautiful cousin thing. We're also serious conversation. Yeah. The woman not leaving your cousin back. Let her move on back. She got nowhere to go now. She's stuck. But Senator Snow, she's stuck. Senator Snow, can you hear Betty D?
Yeah, I'm hearing him. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just use this time. Senator Snow, I don't have any question. At least this go around, I don't have any question. But I just would like to say publicly, I know you were mine, but I would insist that I say this publicly, that we just came back from Liberia, trying to get support of bringing Liberian national football team to Minnesota to participate in festivities commemorating our 179th independence anniversary. And Senator Snow was extremely generous in supporting us. And I'm not going to tell you the support he gave, because I don't want folks to come after him. But I just wanted to say in this public manner, how grateful we were. You stepped forward and came to our aid and helped us wholeheartedly. I mean, no one else gave us that level of support. And we were stranded, and it came in extremely handy. So I thank you, and for that, and plus the other support I know we're going to get. We're not going to talk about it here. You have a VIP Starbucks package for you. So we hope that you will be here in July to help commemorate the 179th independence anniversary of Liberia, and see our national team, the pride of Liberia, play against Minnesota United FC, the professional soccer league, major league soccer team here in Minnesota. So I just wanted to use this time to tell you how grateful and appreciative we are. Thank you.
So Russell, let me say thank you for your kind words. And I know it's public knowledge. The first time we interacted on this show, we clashed. I think we didn't know much about each other, but I've read a lot about you, and I'm very proud of your record in Minnesota. And I hope Liberians in the state of Minnesota will stand behind you as you endeavor to represent Liberia in that great state. And whatever I can do in my weak way to support the work that you do, you can rest assured that I will give you my support, because every Liberian representing our flag anywhere in the world is a Liberian for all Liberians.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Fubi, I'm coming to you with a heavy heart, Fubi.
I don't know what's going
on. Senator, you can hear me? We can hear you, sir. Can you hear us? The man going again. Fubi, just yesterday, we asked Billy D whether he went to Liberia for money, whether they gave him money here in his state. He said no. Just yesterday. I'm coming to you, Fubi, with a very heavy heart. Just yesterday, we asked Billy D, did you go to Liberia to beg for money, and did they give you guys money? Billy D said nobody gave him down. Nobody contributed. He just went to where he got. No, Senator, I'm not talking to you, Senator. Senator, I am not talking to you. I beg you, Chief. But let's get back on course, Fubi. We'll deal with Billy D later, right? They're not talking about the price tag. The price was right. Senator went to the hotel and met Billy D. They had lunch. I will leave that story alone. But hey, who am I? Let's just move on. The press was right. The Met President, Senator Snow, now he's the best man that God have ever sent his way.
You'd be surprised we didn't even meet. You'd be surprised we didn't even meet.
Senator, I know who you met. I know who you met, sir. I know who you met. You met the man special assistant that he took to Liberia. Fubi, let's go ahead.
The boys the best, I said. How you can manage this boy?
Look at how the guy looks at me. Russell said, what we do with this guy? Fubi, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Senator Snow. Yeah, good morning, man. No, I know. I agree with the points you made. You got 3 representatives in the House. They expelled Yeke, and they all had different statements they made on their Facebook pages and personal interviews. So it was on them to include that in the report. Some of them also went to Lofa to assess the Guinea situation. I think I even saw on that post that he was going to report to the ECOWAS on that. So if the ECOWAS report came out and he came and he said he received it later, he never had time to read it, that's a shame on him. So they have to take responsibility instead of trying to shift blame and trying to say we received the communication late, Snow is the head. No. Play your part. You are representative. You expect your colleague, report it. If you think it meant well for ECOWAS to know. But my own point about the ECOWAS said, we will give all these reports to ECOWAS. ECOWAS most of the time is like two-legged bulldog. They will just read press releases, and there will be no serious actions. And for that reason, some of these things, sometimes people they feel weak to even send communication to ECOWAS to intervene. ECOWAS code will rule. Government will listen to the ruling and ignore it at the end of the day. So I agree with your point. So sometimes when government should also learn to accept criticism. Because when you can't go against critical voices because it didn't meet your interest. When people speak for you, you clap. When they speak against you one day, the same person that you were coming for yesterday, you start to curse them. And then that is not a proper democratic country that we want to live in. You should expect criticism because it's good. It helps you to time to self-correct some of your own mistakes. If everybody's singing praises to you, you're not going to achieve anything serious because you will think that you're doing everything right. Well, like you said, midterm election, general election, there where the people will speak. If you deny them from speaking regularly, then but I agree with your point. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabian. Thank you, sir.
So let's do the quick second round. Yes, send us know. We got a lot to cover. I want to say to all of you, thank you for joining us. It's always good having Send Snow on. This is a great team, folks. We laugh, we joke, we talk about family, we talk about our wives and our husbands, we talk about our significant others and those that will be married in September. We talk about that as well. So we just want to say to all of you, it's a great thing. When I talk about people getting married, Russell looking at me. Who the cafe, let them wear. But so Snow, on a serious note though, is this how you're going to work while this government exists? Will you reach some form of understanding, knowing very well that you are representing the people of Liberia?
Well, Santa, that's a good question. I think we need to have a conversation. And that's why I'm very happy with the Senate, the way we proceed in the Senate. We hold consultative meetings in the Senate. We discuss critical issues. And like I said, when the government lied, when the Ministry of Information lied on me, the Senate stood up. The Senate stood up under the leadership of the President pro tempore and invited the Minister of Justice and the matter invited the Minister of Information, and he was accompanied by the Minister of Justice. And the Senate wanted to know where that statement came from. And they were very honest to say that there was a misrepresentation, except that nothing was done about it. So again, we're going to have a national conversation. I think we should have a national conversation because if it's only about what the government wants to hear and everyone has to be a praise singer, then we'll have a problem. But when you go out there to represent your country, I'm not here as opposition leader or to criticize or to fight the government or lie on the government. No. But critical national issues should be discussed. That's what we're here for. That's what we represent the country for. But if you say things, like I said, Stanton, I've given 2 examples. Nobody have countered me. I reported on the Funanti Kofa removal issue. The Ministry of Information, they went on the platform and criticized me for speaking under the ECOWAS Parliament. I have the recordings. They criticized me for speaking on it. It was a national issue. I got in trouble with the government, with the executive, for speaking about it. When former President George Weah was denied from using the presidential lounge at the airport, it came in our country report. I was criticized by the Ministry of Information for talking about it. It has never happened before, Stanton. When you come to the ECOWAS Parliament and you discuss issues in the country and you get in trouble for it, it has never happened before. So this time around, I say, okay, saying it's not in the report, nobody won't put it there. And Stanton, I can share the text with you. When the report came out, I put in the chat room, the report is ready. Please make your input before you go for transit. Nobody made that input. So maybe we're not important to everybody else. Nobody made that input. So maybe are waiting again for Snow to put it and say, oh, that's Snow fighting the government. Oh, that's Snow again. So Snow didn't do it and 4 others couldn't do it too. And that's why what happens, Henry said, Fubi Henry said just now, I agree with him because, Stanton, this show is named in after you, Stanton Waterspoon. But on this show, in as much as everybody admire you, presenting and whatnot, you give all your panelists here a chance to talk. You don't take the show alone and talk. You give everybody 2 questions to ask, everybody make their input, and it becomes, there's no I in team. TAM, it's a teamwork, there's no I in team. But when it comes to this ECOWAS thing, there are 5 representatives, but Edwin Snow is the only one that everybody will criticize. Oh, Edwin Snow. Oh, Edwin Snow. When you read it, you get in trouble for writing it. You leave it all, you get in trouble for leaving it all. So, what do I do? And that's why I really want to thank President Butler for giving all that knowledge about the dogs barking. These dogs will continue barking at us, and we're not mind these dogs. We'll leave the dog barking, and we'll continue to go to our destination.
So my question is, what will you do differently now? Because they will still attack you. Where Dr. Richardson, they will still go after you, whether domestically or internationally. What message here for your country and the Liberian people?
So, Stanton, our conscience will be our guide, and moving forward, we will report on everything that's happening in the country and damn the consequences. So whatever they want to do, they can do it. Whatever is happening in the country, whether it's good. In our report, it talk about the growth in the country, talk about development. The report has some good things about the government. So the only thing that we criticize is the thing we didn't talk about. But read the report. There are good things about what's happening in the country. Our seat at the United Nations is mentioned there. The LTA signing an MOU with neighboring countries for roaming free thing is in the report. Our debt ratio is in the report. The growth rate is in the report. So and when I read the report, I was giving a standing ovation for that report until Nigeria came in and said, why you didn't mention Guinea and why you didn't mention Yeke. So the whole report now that we read, every good thing happening in Nigeria has come to an end. Everything now is about why you mentioned Guinea and why you mentioned Yeke. That's the trouble I'm in, my brother. And if I
Okay, so Dr. Richardson,
if I had mentioned
Dr.
those two,
Richardson,
I was still going to
we're
be in
gonna move
trouble.
ahead and let's close up with Snow. We got to flip. Senator Snow is not going anywhere, but we got to flip because President Barker said a lot of things today in line with this whole ECOWAS conversation that we're having. Dr. Richardson will give one question each, closing on this Parliament issue, then we'll move domestically. Go ahead.
So, Senator Snow, are you, for the record, documenting that freedom of speech is suppressed in Liberia?
What I really say, I don't know if you read the statement from the president of Liberia. I stand by the statement of the president of Liberia, and I think the government need to improve on the freedom of speech component in our society. The president of Liberia spoke about it. They've cautioned the government, and I stand by the statement of the president of Liberia. I think it was a very fair statement that reflects the realities on the ground.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Let me bring in my brother, Dr. Josh. Dr. Josh, your one final question on this ECOWAS story.
Yeah, Senator, when you came on the show and were discussing this issue at the border, you were very sympathetic to the government. In fact, you emphatically said that you were aware of a lot of diplomatic negotiations going on around the scene and that there were a lot of progress. So one who have thought that with the way you spoke favorably to the government, it may have been reflected in the report. But my question, what I want to point now is, after the parliamentarian from Nigeria asked those questions, have there been an official response to his questions?
Yeah, so the way it works at the parliament on Dr. Josh is that once you deliver a report, it's open for debate and you have to answer those questions. So when Honorable Ambiante raised the issue, we had to respond to Honorable Ambiante. And on the issue of the border, I made mention that, like I said in my previous report, nothing has changed. There are still ongoing diplomatic discussions. So that's why nothing new came in the report. And then the issue of the House of Representatives, I said the 3 representatives are here who took the action or inaction regarding the Yeke issue, and they can speak to that. But Taiwan took the floor, and he said that he did not sign to remove Yeke. He didn't think it was right. Honorable Samuel Ennis took the floor. He said he did not sign to remove Yeke. He didn't think it was right. Honorable Member Breeze took the floor and said she did. She signed to remove Yeke, and if she had to do it again, she would do it again, and she defended her position. So on the Yeke, so that's just to tell you that even if that had come in the report, there were already a dissent in our delegation as to how people felt about the Yeke situation. So it was discussed. Now, the report, when you read the report, it's not just closed, it's debated. And you have to answer all of those questions that come across for the hazard to take note of the amendments or adjustment made to your report.
Okay. I have only one question, but there's a great follow-up in my head right now.
Go ahead, shoot quickly.
Yeah, the follow-up in my head that you responded to the question, as you said, to the issue that was raised, as you said. I'm wondering, why are you showing a point of anxiety when you actually responded to our acts? Why are you raising this issue of fear of attack when you didn't answer the question?
I still don't want to use the word fear, because I don't think there's fear. It's just concern. And it's just a message that I think we all should take, that there will be critical views. In every democracy, there will be critical views. There will be critical, and sometimes those critical views are actually helpful to the administration. Not everybody that criticize you, like I told my family people, Stanton would tell you the other day, was laughing in New Jersey and joking. I said, don't mind Stanton, we're laughing and joking, but when I do something wrong, he would go on the air, he would deal with me. And that's one reason I respect him. So sometimes your best friends are your worst critics, that you see as your worst critic, because they will tell you something. So I'm not afraid. I'm only concerned that these things, and maybe our people don't understand how the report is written or how it's debated. But even if there are issues that are not in the report, any member of the parliament or the ECOWAS parliament can ask you questions about situation in your country, and you have to answer that question. So I'm just saying to the, especially the Ministry of Information on the platform, I show tomorrow I'll be the subject there, but just to tell them that the way it works on the international scene, when these questions come, or when things happen in the country, you have to address it. You address the good things, you address the bad things, you address the fine, you address the ugly. That's how the report is not structured in a way where you only go there to say hallelujah, all is well and no problem in my country. No. There will be critical views. But when I mentioned the issue about the removal of Funati Kofa, I was in trouble. The Ministry of Information mounted a platform and dealt with me for discussing legislative matter at the Legislative Assembly. When I talk about the issue at the airport, I got in trouble for discussing national issue at a legislative assembly. And we have never had that kind of experience before, where a legislator will discuss issues and you are in trouble for discussing issues of national concern. And I hope we can improve. It doesn't reflect well for our democracy. You listen to Honorable Bianchi. At the end of his statement, he said, this is not what you call democracy.
And we're going to be moving on because we got to get to know. Yeah, it's good for Lenny joining us. Let's give Lenny the chance. We give Kev Hassan the chance. I get Paul Kennedy in the back. Guys, we're going to rotate quickly to give chance to these folks to ask their own question. There will be one question each. I want us to talk about what President Obama talked about today and squeeze Honorable Snow on some of the things that he said. Kev, let's hear you. Sister Glennie, thank you for joining us. You look at Snow wearing that color and you wore the same color. That's good. I think that's good news for that's good news for Senator Snow. I don't know. Okay, wherever your situation is, I understand.
It says she got man. I praying for her to find man.
You praying for her to find you or to find man? Which one?
So I'm happily married, Stanton. I'm home.
To who?
I'm happily married.
Which country? By the way,
I swear to God.
You're a mess. I swear to God.
I got Snow 1 and Snow 2 coming up. But anyway, I gotta pull that picture off today, my man. Snow 1 and Snow 2. But anyway, guys, let's hear you.
Let me say hi to everybody. Senator.
What happened here?
You want to showcase Glendy?
No, what happened with Glendy? Okay, she's back. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, Senator, I listened to you and then listen to all the questions. One thing I want to get clear to the Liberian people, I want you to explain that where the report was.
But he will be back. Okay, Pastor. Go ahead. He's hearing you. Just ask your question. He will be back.
Yeah, because the first thing I want to know where the report came from and who wrote the report.
And Kev, you came late. He answered that already. Let's go to the next
No,
thing. Play the tape.
Stanton, can I finish?
Kev, you're not drag us, my man. You came late. He answered already.
Okay, but let me finish. You just said something. Let me finish. If the report came from the government, you say you answer it. I didn't know if it came from the government. My question to you: why the government did not include the Guinea situation and the Yeke situation in that report?
Senator, can you unmute? Can you please unmute and just address the question?
Yeah.
I shouldn't interrupt Kev.
So Kev, the report is written by a technician, not political actor. He has nothing. He's strictly a technician, very, very experienced. One of the most experienced guy that has served Liberia, the desk officer at the Ministry of Finance, one Benedict Roberts. So he doesn't get involved in the local politics. The way it's structured, Benedict Roberts will tell you about the growth, the budget, the execution of the budget, infrastructure development, basic things in the country. And then he sends it to us as politicians to make our input. Then we do the actual policy. Because for the political side, there will, or like I said, even in an issue of
But he shared with the government too, with the executive too, right?
No. That report comes from Ben Rabel as the desk officer, straight to us as member of the parliament.
Guys.
Yes. Yes, it's not sanctioned by the government. No, it comes. I mean, he's
No,
saying to anybody. I don't know.
The government see the report also. The government.
No, not to my knowledge. If he reporting to anybody else, then I don't know about it. But he sent it straight to us. He worked for years. He's been there. I mean, Honor President Weah, he was there since Sawyer died. The guy that died from, I think, COVID or Ebola. The one time in Nigeria, the guy from Liberia. That's Sawyer. He took over, and he been doing that job. Very experienced. One of the most respectable person even in the ECOWAS community. Or his peers. So he writes a very objective report, not political report, and then we do the political work in the report. So the report is given to us, and I put in the chat room, the report is ready. Please make your input before it goes for translation. And there have been times where members will make input. This time, nobody made any input. So it was just one of those reports that was just strictly a technical report.
Okay. Any follow-up, Senator?
Thank you very much. Now from Kev Hassan, the most dangerous man on the show. Let me bring in clearly. Now from Kev Hassan.
Hello, everybody. Senator, it's good to see you. Hopefully, your next trip we'll be able to meet. But anyway, my question is a bit compounded and complex. Because when we watched it yesterday, when we watched the different news, there were different views coming from the public. One of the things that aggrieved the people who watched it was the message from the Nigerian representative to ECOWAS. Because some people were saying he's a Ghanaian, so I had to stop and then go and look at his name, look who he was, and then found out that he was Nigerian. But when we only saw that portion. I want to ask the question, what is the normal flow of the conversation at your meetings? Because we're seeing some people saying, oh, why we have to discuss personal stuff of Liberia? Why are they talking about Guinea? And why are they talking? And then you also now have come and say that the question about Yeke came out. I want to find out what is the process? What are the discussions? You talk a little bit about who writes it and all of that, but when you go to the meeting, like if Ghana had an issue where a representative was expelled, would that be something that Ghana be talking about? So I want to understand, because when we don't understand some of these things and we see it, it looks like, why is it happening to Liberia? Does it also happen to the other countries? So I think some background information will be that. And then on that question, please, I know it's one question, but I want to understand, if there are 4 of you representing Liberia and you're going to a planned meeting, how is it that, is there any way that we can say that the 4 of you knew what would be discussed there, or no, any question can come from the floor from anyone?
Thank you, Gladys. So what happened was that the country report is written by every delegation. And before you came on the show, I made mention, I was sent on that clip. The scene Abiante, he first attacked Senegal. Senegal had an issue talking about arbitrary arrest, and he went after Senegal before coming to Liberia. Just as they cut that portion of Liberia up, that's why you only hear him talking about Liberia. But I was sent on the issue on Senegal. So you do your country report, but that report is open to every issue in your country. Every issue. So it's not just limited to the report. So you will write the report, maybe you may leave something like we did, left something important out, anybody can raise the issue. All right. And it's open for debate. So the report is debated. Once you're done reading the report, we do it 3 countries at a time. And once we're done, we go on the floor, people ask questions. If you left anything out, we'll talk about it. If there's any good of the report, they want additional clarification. And while you're reading a report, people are on their phone and their computer searching your country. It's a very versatile parliament. So once you say Liberia country report, people go on their phone and start looking for critical issues in Liberia. Like tomorrow, if I tell you now, you will see the tape. I already get plenty of critical issues about Nigeria. Nigeria reporting tomorrow. And I'm going to go for them tomorrow as well. So it happens. That's what we do in the parliament. We discuss each other countries, and then issues of national concerns are flagged and then submitted to the ECOWAS Commission and we make recommendations from there.
Thank you very much, Senator Snow. Paul Kennedy, let's hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, colleagues. Honorable Senator Snow, I mean, you refuse to be my political godfather. Why they keep winning me in election in Bapolo? I asked you to be.
I thought Samuel Toy, your political godfather again.
No, Samuel Toy is my. I don't make my friends political godfather. I tell the position I give to you. You have refused to mentor me. I'm getting hopeless now. But anyway, to the issue, I heard you. Thank you for giving us the highlights of what happens in the parliament. But I heard you say when it comes to Liberia, there are certain things that you might not be afraid to discuss, but whenever people discuss them, it becomes an issue. Are you telling us in this manner that the executive branch of government in Liberia has usurped the function of the legislature? Is that what you're telling me? That you, Senator Snow, and other legislative members are afraid of discussing certain things pertinent to our country because you may be sought after and removed from your position?
Well, I don't think it has reached that stage, but I would say it's of concern. And I'm saying it's of concern because, again, I will continue to repeat, there was a time when I reported the situation in the House of Representatives to the ECOWAS Parliament, there was reprisal. There was a time when I reported the issue at the airport, the usage of the presidential lounge, there was reprisal. So there's history of me reporting things in my country to the ECOWAS Parliament, and there was attack or disagreement on the platform of the Ministry of Information towards my representation at the ECOWAS Parliament.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, God. I think Asa was in the back. Maybe he went off. Guys, let's get into it. It's very interesting for us to do this. And President Barker have his 4th cabinet meeting today. It's like we are in the 5th month. If we subtract the month of January, which was the State of the Nation address, exactly every month the president have 1 cabinet meeting. He had his 4th one today. He said a lot. And we'd like to quiz you and also ask you a question because you represent the people and the people of Monrovia. First of all, off the back, information reaching us that Nathaniel Fallow McGill will be the next chairman. He's coming back for CDC. You're affiliated with CDC, you're friend to the president, friend to Nathaniel McGill. He should be replaced in January. What say you quickly? And then we'll talk about President Barker.
Well, as you know, I'm not a member of the CDC, but I'm a member of the opposition community. And I think McGill, the presence of McGill, the reappearance of McGill as chairman of the CDC will bring renewed exuberance, renewed energy into the political landscape of the CDC. I think McGill is a people-centered person. I think McGill understands politics. McGill and I have a long political history. Almost 25, 30 years ago, when I was the youth chairman of the NPP, National Youth Chairman, McGill was my youth chairman in Bapulu County. And even when the NPP went for a convention, McGill wanted to be chairman of the MPYC, national chairman. He ran against me and I defeated him. But I understand his political skills and his dynamics. So McGill coming in as chairman of the CDC, I think it's a very positive move on the part of the CDC, and I think anybody in the political landscape should be concerned about such a move. I think it's positive to say the least.
Let's stay with the opposition briefly. You from the NPP, you guys, have you guys solved your problem? Are you back with CDC, NPP?
No, the NPP disengaged from the coalition. The NPP is operating as an independent opposition party or a member of the opposition community. There have been significant progress in resolving the impasse in the NPP. Just before I traveled out of the country, my last trip to the US, we had a very good meeting, and in that meeting, we're able to dot a lot of the I's and cross a lot of the T's, and there's been significant progress in the NPP. I think there's been one of the first time where former Vice President Joe Howard Taylor and James Barney both sat in the same meeting, and we sat in that meeting for hours. And both of them share similar views on the forward march of the NPP. It was a very constructive, very positive meeting. Senator Barney was very magnanimous in that meeting. He played a very key role, and so did Vice President Taylor, who both were seen as act grabbers. We were able to break bread. We made a lot of good decisions for the NPP. There will be a National Executive Committee meeting on the 30th of this month, and that meeting will form additional give additional energy in moving the NPP forward.
My last question, guys, you have your open question, then we'll move to President Walker. We're saving this the best for the last. My last question here, how do you feel about the opposition comeback? What's your take? Looking at the current situation with this government performance, do you think the opposition have a maybe 60% chance or 51 plus 1% chance of coming back?
Well, Santon, the way our polity is being positioned right now, and I stand corrected, going into 2029, except something really changed, there will be a two-house race going into 2029. It will be a house led by the Unity Party. It will be another house led by the CDC. All of the other parties may choose to either go solo and perform desperately, or to work with one of those parties and make an impact. If there's an opposition unity where opposition parties will get together, they will make a strong impact. If there's not such, it may be a bad decision for the opposition community. But again, the way politics work in our political dispensation, there are cases sometimes where the ruling party is powerful enough to create a split in the opposition community. And sometimes that split leads to the election and it works in the interest of the ruling party. So again, if the opposition holds together and form a formidable force, I think that what the opposition led by the CDC needs to do now for this year, I believe, is confidence building. So when CDC ran the country for the first 6 years, won the election, and ran the country, a lot of the parties that helped them in winning the election, they felt ostracized. So a lot of people went, AWOL, a lot of people, the likes of James Barney, the likes of Alex Tyler and others, they left the CDC coalition because they felt that they were a part of that winning ticket, but they were not given their fair share of the deal. So the CDC now, and Honor McGill, if the information is right, stand on next watch. If the information is right, Honor McGill, I'm sure he's going to do a lot of, confidence building conversation. He needs to talk to people. He needs to rebuild the hope of people that this time around, if it works for them, it will be different.
Senator, it got to come from the former President George Monrovia. Do you think his position here for a comeback, the people will believe him, that he will share this spot?
So Stanton, I've known President Weah for almost all my life. We've been friends. And one thing about him is most time he's driven by his inner cycle. And most time when he makes the wrong decision and poor decision, if you look in the inner cycle, you will see poor minds around him. Most time when he's making good decision, you look in that room, you will see rich man around him. So with someone like Montana Mangay, who has a history of it's a mixed history. There's nothing like perfect. There's no perfection here. But you know, when Mangay served as Minister of State under President Weah, a lot of people you see today, a lot of people that are backing around, a lot of people in the ruling party that are running all over. Mangay had a room in a house where I know people used to go and sit for hours to meet with Mangay. He was generous to people, both in the opposition, in the ruling party. He was a very nice person. And I'm sure if McGill had remained in that position going to the 2020 election, the result may not have been the same. Even the departure of Prince Johnson, if McGill had that same authority, that departure, that last minute departure of Senator Prince Johnson and Senator Jeremiah Kuhn at the time, may not have taken
I know these guys are looking at me very, very, very badly. They want to speak, but let me squeeze this in briefly, quickly. Do you think former president can convince those other party that they would trust him? I mean, understand that this guy coming for his last term. He cared less what will happen. One shot, game over. Last shot, last penalty kick. How can they trust the former president that he would distribute and he would redirect the situation for the better change, and everybody would be involved instead of just one person, one cycle? How can he convince the Liberian people that he's coming with change?
So Stanton, you know, it's like life. For example, when I'm on your show and you turn on and I see the likes of Glandy, I see the likes of Paul, I see or Dr. George, Dr. Richardson, the people on the panel, you know that if it's a hostile, it's going to be a hostile interview or it's going to be a cordial interview. Once you see your panelists, you know what to expect. So you brace yourself. Now, if you come in the show, you see Russell, you see Stanton, you see everybody. Now, I'm on this show tonight, but knowing that you guys are going to be critical, but not hostile. So what am I trying to say? It depends on who President Weah puts in his inner cycle. If someone enters that room and see the same faces that he had.
I understand that. You were the guy that kicked me out of the show tonight. It's about President Weah. It should come from him, not his surrounding. Can he convince? Don't tell me about his surrounding. Don't tell me about McGill or Eugene or Kamaya. Tell me about President Weah. How can he prove that he's coming as a change agent to make this thing work for all Liberians and not just few?
The people in his surrounding, that's the first message he has to send out, Stanton. If President Weah goes back to a meeting and takes 10 of the same people that were with him up to his defeat in a meeting and you got there, you would say nothing happening here. This is the same business as usual. But if you got in the room and saw new characters and see people that you can relate to, people you can trust, people you can talk to, your confidence level will increase. And President Weah himself has to do more. He has to do the heavy lifting. It cannot just be McGill. He has to assure people. And there must be a moral guarantor in the room. That's why I'm seeing that people who, if I went in the room,
thank you very much. We got to go. The guys are texting in our chat room. They say I'm talking too much. Let me bring in Beta D, then we'll go to Dr. Rose. Yeah, they killed me in the chat.
Say you did the party texting, now to talk about CDC. Go ahead.
No, I'm friend to everyone. Beta D, let's hear you.
Man,
then we'll go around the table.
You partisan or you need the party?
No problem.
All right. Thanks, Senator Snow. So my other question to you is,
Russell, I just hope you're inviting us to the wedding now, or because Senator Orion Antar will be looking for.
Where are you? You guys look at Stanton. Look at you like, where's she coming from?
Russell.
Y'all get to marry in November. Seriously.
Russell, I see a person went in Liberia with a different person.
That's the same lady. That's the same lady. She was a campaign manager. She wanted to be the business manager. She's a traveling assistant, everything.
Look at
I know, right? Because you know her.
Russell, that's a good choice.
Russell, to be frank, we happy for you. You save yourself the drama. You save yourself the expenses. You save yourself the drama because you go to Liberia like that. A lot of things will come your way, but you went as a godly person. The Lord blind your eyes. You will see no other.
Stop. Glad instead of start deceiving the people, my man. Like let's be straight up here.
Russell, the person watching the show, the person said I'm true, and I'm there. I just got a text from the president.
The woman is sitting right there. The man
I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know who you're talking about either. So I don't know who you guys are talking about. So but anyways, what you guys get me all
the man confused. Russell, we'll come back to you.
No, yeah, that's why you guys
we'll come back to the man confused. We'll come back to you. You must have.
No, we got. I don't know who.
Imagine taking it away. The man finished.
They want to say man down.
So you know what?
Because no, I think you and the Senator Snow and Senator extent that you guys know more than I do. So
no problem. My man, help your man, Emmanuel George. Rescue the man.
Billy, you're good. Just relax. You had a good trip to Liberia. Don't let them confuse you.
Yeah, no. Carry on. I mean, you guys.
I love my brother Benedict. Yeah, seriously, I do. But let's move on though. We'll put a picture up. We'll put a traveling assistant picture up. They took picture and all. We'll put that picture up. Dr. George, please, let's do that. But listen, let me tell you something, right? When you come on the show, you come on the show. No, you come on. I'm coming back. Yeah, internet issue, you coming back. You think I'm stupid to you? Forget it, I'm coming back. You can now talk. You want to tell my office in Delaware? Forget it, go for a day. I kill him out. I knew it was coming. You got to join that go ahead. Forget it, we can't talk my office in Delaware. I kill him out. You tell smart. Dr. John, let's go
ahead. So, we still working with the senator, right? And the ECOWAS thing, because you are going to.
Let's just go at that. Let me just get into this so you guys can ask a question. Senator, let's take it step by step, right? You spoke about President Bouakar's statement today, but prior to his statement, Madam Sadi said something. Let's play what Madam Sadi said. Let's play President Bouakar respond today. We'll hear from you.
This city is filthy.
The city is filthy.
It's dirty. I drive through it from time to time, and I'm ashamed. And frankly, more and more we are inviting international bodies to have meetings here, to join us in our national effort for the improvement of our country. And when they drive through our cities, they must leave from here and say so much terrible things about them. If the mayor were acting properly, instead of putting posters all over the country, you can't even see anything for all these big posters. We need to do something about cleaning the city. But it does more than just creating part-time jobs for them. It has to do with also responsibility of citizens. You can't just throw dirt around everywhere. For those who just have these structures that they build on the sidewalks and things, they need to be told how. They have the responsibility to help clean it up. And so that's something that I think we all must be concerned about. We can do much better.
Important step towards
So there you have it. And let's play what President Bouakar have to say today concerning Madam Salif. Then we'll hear from you. It's very important. The president said a lot today. Let me just find it where I take the tears off my eye because of Russell. Let's listen to the president.
Monrovia may be dirty compared to maybe other cities, but I think it's cleaner than we know it used to be. so and especially so knowing the tools that we have to work with.
Quickly, Senator, responded to Madam Sully, the city is cleaner today than it used to be.
Well, Stanton, I wouldn't clean. What I do know is that Monrovia is dirty and we need to clean our city. So cleaner, not clean, and whatnot, other adjectives. I think we need to do a lot. We need to invest a lot in cleaning the city. The matter of fact, there have been letters I've written to the Liberian Senate regarding. Today we have no downtown. We're one of the only countries, capitals that no more downtown Monrovia. You know, coming up Stanton, you go downtown Monrovia, you can walk on Broad Street, Verona Street, Gurley Street, wherever it is. Central Street, Carey Street. Today we don't have any more downtown. Monrovia is now in Sinker, which is quite unfortunate. So I wouldn't want to get tied up into the war of wars between the former president and the current president. But I think that some of these criticisms should be taken in good strides and see how we can improve it. So what I can confirm is that Monrovia is dirty and we need to clean Monrovia and we need to reestablish downtown Monrovia, which is very important.
So let's talk about the next issue here, right? Let's move away from the dirty city because everybody knows that.
Stanton, before you go, let me use this my time now to ask Senator Snow this question. Look, so Senator Snow, we all can agree, and we all have seen the condition that Monrovia is in. But there is also true that Monrovia and all of the municipalities have some structural problems that need to be urgently addressed. And for you as a lawmaker, and I think that can be addressed mainly at the national legislature. The way the cities and the municipalities are structured in the country, and it doesn't matter what kind of policy you were to bring there, what sort of governance policy or structure you were to bring there, it would be hard pressed to see any market difference in the outlook of the cities because of these structural problems. The cities, as you know, in the US and other developed places, not even developed countries, if you go in South Africa or many other places, even in Africa, the cities are autonomous entities that raise their own funds, that have dedicated funds, raise their own taxes. They will support the upkeep of the city. So these ad hoc campaigns, cleanup campaigns, is not going to cut it. So you clean it today. So we need to come up with some sustainable plan and the structure behind with legislation to back it up. That's the only way it's going to be done. So what can you do to help move and push legislation to give these municipalities, Painesville, Monrovia, Kakata, all of these places, Harper, the autonomy they need to operate, and to ensure that these mayors are elected and not appointed.
So at the Liberian Senate today, I'm the forerunner for the revitalization of the city of Monrovia. I'm championing that in the Liberian Senate. I've written a letter. I'm in current conversation with the Lord Mayor of Monrovia. Just 2 weeks ago, he and I were on the line. I invited him to the Senate lunchroom to make a small presentation to the Senate. He has a small budget where he wants to reclaim the cemeteries downtown to do like a park or something. Very, very attractive drawing. And the budget is not that ambitious. So I've already had conversation with most of my Senate colleagues, including the pro tem, and she's very inclined in working with him on this. So just 2 weeks ago, the Lord Mayor and I were in conversation. He has sent me some documents, which I have now reviewing these documents. But the issue of our cities, Russell, is not just about the laws. We have laws on our books. We have good laws on our books. Our problem is implementation. We need to do enforcement of our laws, and some of the laws are clashing. So we just need to enforce those laws and see how best we can get better structure in place. Now, when you talk about the election of mayor, I agree with you, but again, there's a Supreme Court opinion on that allows now this executive to appoint mayor. When Madam Salif appointed, I think, the mayor of Swedru, and Councillor Bronsky, may his soul rest in peace, went to court, the Supreme Court, to challenge that decision. The Supreme Court ruled that the president could appoint sitting mayor, and that has changed a lot of things in Liberia. That ruling, which I don't think was a very popular ruling, I think was not a very popular ruling, but again, the Constitution says the Supreme Court decision is final. So until there's a reread or a new introduction or new law that's enacted so that mayors are elected, the Supreme Court ruling stands, which I don't think was a very popular ruling.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. We got to run. Thank you.
Wait, hold on, Stanton. So could appoint, but it doesn't mean that the election can be held too. Though. I mean, you could do either or. Right?
Okay. Okay.
It gives the executive the right to appoint mayors.
Period. I mean, you cannot do election when the executive is appointed. I want to move on, guys. If you got any question, it's open. I do not want to restrict you or your question. Senator Snow has said a lot, just take it from any which way. I will play the different clips, and you can decide which way you go. And the president spoke about LDC. Let's just play this clip quickly.
The energy constraints, all of us are feeling the light off and on, off and on. It's not perfect. I know some of it's also due to the overcrowdedness and the use of the transformers, and everybody want to have access. But we hope that we all will be reasonable in the way in which we want to overcrowd the transformers, because the next thing you find out they will break down or you will have no electricity for it. So where you have such problems, I think LEC can be of help.
Well, let's take it from there, Dr. Richardson. Let's come to you. You heard Snow talking about all the issue. The president said a lot today. It's in our chat room, and it's open question for Senator Snow. We got about 35 minutes left to go.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to, if I can go back to the ECOWAS experience, Senator Snow. I can't help, hopefully he's hearing me, I can't help but to think what his constituent in Bombing County may be thinking. He's talking about fear of, or either his peace. That's what he wants to say, his peace. That will come into play when something goes wrong in Bombing. You're saying that you're just going to agree because you don't want to disturb, you don't want to rock the boat in the legislature. You don't want to do that. So anything can happen in Bombing County in our country, Liberia, and you just say, okay, I'm not going to talk. I'm just going to be quiet. I'm just going to, because I don't want to rock the boat. I'm having trouble with agreeing to you doing that, to say I don't want it to always be snow. My name.
So that Richardson, what I said was clear. If something happens in Bombing and I'm the senator there, or a national issue where I have an independent view, independent voice, I will speak on it. And nothing will cover me from doing that. I'm just saying to you that I'm a member of a delegation of 5. And if a situation took place in the House of Representatives where they took action and they saw a report and they all elected not to mention their action in the report. Yes, I'm the head of delegation. I could take responsibility. But again, I think nothing was wrong with members of the House of Representatives saying, look, because the report is sent to everybody. So unlike what people thought that one report just given to Snow, and Snow go and read the report, no. The report is posted in our chat room. Benedict Rabba is in that chat room. So he'll put the report in the chat room, and I will mention there. First thing, who wants to read the report? If there's a volunteer to read the report, there's no volunteer, then I'll go ahead and read it. The second thing is the report is ready. Please make your input before it goes for translation. And the fact that everybody thought that there was no need to make input, yes, I take responsibility, but it was just shared responsibility.
So my second question to you is: are you angry? Because I heard you say I'm going to deal with Nigerians tomorrow. They're speaking. Are you angry at the Nigerian representative for bringing up Liberia issue?
No. I'm not angry at all. The matter of fact, he's my very close colleague. He works directly with me on my committee, on the political affairs committee. He's very tough talking. But I know that there are a lot of issues in Nigeria too that they may not reflect in the report. So I'm going to take care of that too. They're going to tell us, there are some good questions I have for them. That's how I work there. So I'm not dealing as in angry. No, it's just, that. I'm also going to critique. I'm also going to critique the report tomorrow too, and we'll talk about the report as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Linda, do you have your question?
So I want to talk about the cleanliness of Monrovia. Capacity is also a problem because everybody lives in Monrovia. If there was another area where people would be diverted to live, it would probably be easier. The government could also change the capital city and move it outside and see if people will go there. But specifically to what President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf said, there has been a lot of people responding to what she has said. And then also President Boyka coming back and saying, I think that the issue here is what is going to be done about the city that is dirty. You can go back and say, oh, President Sirleaf, doing your time, you were president, what did you do? Monrovia was dirty. President Wiaki, Monrovia dirty. President Boyka has come, Monrovia is dirty. So with all of these things that we keep hearing back and forth, I mean, of course, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf will throw her own a job, Joseph Boyka will throw her own a job. The two people, you can just conclude that they probably don't like one another, even though they worked together for 12 years. But that does not solve the issue. Maybe President Johnson Sirleaf should say how she can work with the government, how she can, she got up. Ellen Johnson is no small potato. Does she have a proposal on how to clean the city? On what she can propose to the government to clean Monrovia? I think that's what the issue is. How do we work together to get this city clean instead of us having former president and current president going back and forth on the fact the city is dirty? And some of those people that are coming to visit Monrovia and Liberia, they're coming to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. They're also coming to the government of Liberia. So the issue should not be which part of Monrovia was clean during which era. The issue should be how are we going to curtail this problem right now about making sure the city is clean. That is my concern. That's it. And that's what should happen. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf come up with some proposal, present it to the government, because this is the thing. When they don't come up with what the solution is going to be to fix the problem, we'll keep going back and forth. The Boyka side, the Ellie side. I'm not doing that. We don't want to know about what city was clean, what was not clean. So, Senator, with your input in the Senate, House of Representatives, this is a systemic problem. It cannot always be, the reference cannot always be made to the mayor. You all have to do something about making sure the city of Monrovia is clean. It's not a we are thing. It's not an Ellen thing. It's not a Boyka thing. The government we have in power now should be responsible to come up with a program to do it. So please make sure, please do what you can do to fix this problem, because all of the guests that are coming, I'm sure you got a lot of guests that can come to you from foreign countries. So you're clean the city.
Thank you. Thank you. So Senator, let's take one more day. You can just put them together, because Glennie is right. It's everybody's problem. But indeed, the budget should support those great ideas. And you cannot give the city $50,000 a year. You expect to have a clean city. And we heard about other companies coming in, Senator. It would be good that you speak to this. One of the companies that was coming in, a lot of people had issue with, up to now, all the bidding process, all the competitive bidding, everything. Nobody no here, no tea. who they're going to give that contract to, but the government get to let me put this up to one of the company that was coming in. No, not the one, Nelson. Put the one there.
Oh.
Not this picture, Nelson. Not this, Nelson. Not this picture. This is when Brother Russell went to Liberia. Not this picture, please. This the picture of the company that was coming in. Yes, Nelson. Put the picture here now. Thank you. Thank you. I put that picture that I told you about. No, Nelson, not this one. Nelson, be serious now. Not this one, Nelson.
Stand up, your show tonight, right? You're gonna do your show tonight, right? Stand up, you're not sorry. I swear you got a problem. When I carry the mental home, I swear to God.
But you be enabling the man. You see what it now you.
All right.
Don't come in. You
are embarrassing the guest.
All right, stand up. Go ahead. Go ahead, stand up.
No, did I see something right? Who's slow and slow too? Seriously, I don't know. I'm not putting it up, Nelson, please. Let's pretend I'm a guest, please. We don't need to put in situation. But guys, it's been a great show, man. Let's take it away.
I think Glenda brought up an interesting issue, Stanton. Sorry that you dropped, but I don't think relocating
But go to the rest of the
is
guys. The best part of Civility, you spoke already. Let's go to Asa and the rest of the guys, please. Asa, let's hear you. Let's hear away from Bangura. We'll go to Dr. George, Kev Hassan, Fubi Harris.
Senator Snow. Yeah, Senator Snow, I want to ask you as a member of the government. I know everyone wants to see Liberia do better, and the way Liberia do better is for leaders to take responsibility. I've always said that Liberians don't need any leader that comes in to remind us of problems. We know the problems of our country. Why do leaders that will come to fix those problems? Because we know them. Don't come and tell us, Plink and go over Liberia. We know Plink and go there. We want you to solve the problem if that is a problem. The president seems to be too much focused on responding to everybody, every piece of criticism the president wants to respond to. When the president was breaking down poor people's homes around here, yeah, it's okay. I will list them. When the president was breaking down poor people's homes.
The president don't every dog. The president don't stew on every dog. So you're wrong about that one.
But the thing is, that's when the president was breaking down all of the poor people's homes here, and people were criticizing him, he would have had to say, "Go and making new lands." Like anything people criticize the president on, the president will always come and be defensive. You are a member of the government. I know you guys have sessions where you interact with the president. Don't you think, though, it would be helpful to the nation for you to suggest to the president that accepting criticism for the good faith and working towards strengthening and making things better would be more benefiting to our country than just responding to every single criticism? Even President Sirleaf made a bold and correct and truthful statement that Monrovia is dirty. The president had to respond to President Sirleaf, to tell President Sirleaf that when you were president, they said it was dirtier than it is now. Who cares about when it was dirty, when it wasn't dirty? All we know, it is dirty today. Don't you think making the president see criticism as good? You as a senator, I know you can have interaction with him, will help the country someday.
So since Stanton said we should do it too, let me start with my sister Glande, even though she's not here. But I agree with her. The thing about President Sirleaf, former President Sirleaf and President Barker, they are two senior citizens. And sometimes when senior citizens get into this kind of thing, you like to enjoy the lyrics, you enjoy the exchanges and all of that. But again, it was quite interesting because even when President Sirleaf spoke, I heard all the United Party people coming on her post criticizing and say you moved two speakers. But the same people then, when I was removed, they told me, say, well, I'm President Sirleaf, she had nothing to do with it. But the same people came now and said, no, she moved me. So time and season in politics is very important. Time and season. And I remember one time I was on Stanton's show, maybe 2 years ago, and I told Stanton, I say, some of the tough talking voices you get on your show, the day you decide to go independent, they will all leave your show. And tonight, when I look on the show beside Dr. Richardson and Kev Hassan, who's still around, I said, they're all new people on the show. So Liberia political climate has always gone with time and season. and most time the character. So most times, Isaac, when you see parties towards, you see people in the country taking a particular line, which most times is seen as a popular line, it's not by mistake. It's a marching order. So you go in the room and you hear certain things from your parents, you see your parents doing certain things, you come outside and you do the same thing. So the issue of critics expressing their views about the government and being criticized and condemned, it only tells you that it might be a marching order. And I think that President Sirleaf and President Boyka are two senior citizens. They're in their 80s. And I will leave it with the two of them to enjoy their exchanges. But I think dirty is dirty. So to say, when you were there, it was more dirty than my time. Even though my time is dirty, but it was more dirty than my own. Day that day, day that day. So I hope that we can invest in it. We can invest in the city, and we can take criticism. Sometimes it's very positive. It's good to criticize people. It's very good to criticize people because sometimes, if you use it wisely, it can be to your own benefit.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you, sir. I was muted. Let me bring you in way for you want to speak. Bangura?
Yes, I do want to speak. The senator is not here.
Yeah, he's coming back. He can hear you.
Okay. It's a great show we're having tonight. I appreciate him taking his time to be on the show. And I want to thank
But
him.
did you already tell the senator that you appreciate the photo that he posted?
No. We didn't have that.
I was just joking.
We did not have a conversation for the record.
Okay.
For the record, I was just joking.
So Senator, I read your
don't put my
report.
man in trouble with people then, with new friends.
So Senator is my friend too, and big brother. Thank you for the report. I read the report written on the 3rd of May, 11-page long. Except for the two things the Nigerian senator or parliamentarian of ECOWAS Parliament raised, everything else is a passing score, passing mark. And I thought it's a very great endorsement of the of governance, the state of governance in the state. Political liberty, freedom of speech, freedom of press, transitional justice, all of these things. In fact, there is under civil liberties, there is a part of it that says that much improvement was made in 2025 and 2024. The World Press Freedom Index. Liberia made significant improvement on that. So I really thought that the report itself is a great endorsement, and no wonder why, when it was read on the floor, there was applause. But the distraction we have now is with the whole politics that came in it. Howbeit, the concern that I have right now, in light of the beautiful report, is that you have expressed some fear that you cannot speak plainly about how you feel for fear of reprisal. And I don't see that being reflected in the report, because the report is speaking plain language and is endorsing the government's stance on all of these very critical areas. But yet you're having that fear. So, Senator, how would you reconcile your fear with the report, which tends to say otherwise?
Well, it's just simple. If everything you just said, if all of those things were just, if the Nigerian senator had not mentioned those two things, all the platforms, all your partisans were going to be praising me that the report. The matter of fact, they were still going to criticize me that they were going to get reason why I made a positive report. So again, let me just make this clear for the record. I'm not afraid. And I'm not afraid at all. So the record reflect, I'm not afraid. I'm just saying to you that I'm concerned that when a member of the legislature expresses a view, and that legislature is taken to the gallop at the Ministry of Information during a regular press briefing, and you are expressions are cast, or you are insulted in most cases because of your expression or your views, then it becomes a problem. It becomes an issue. So I'm not afraid. I'm just saying to you that the fact that the report was up for review by 4 others, and no one thought it necessary to mention the issue of the Guinean border or the exposure of Yeke. I didn't think that, Snow is not, my head may be bigger than other than hair, but I don't think I got more brains than any of them. So we are all equal. We are all members of the legislature. There are 3 representatives there. They see the need to include why they expel Yeke in the report. There's a representative, my good friend, Tar, who went to the border with the speaker. He didn't see the need to report on it or to mention it. He said the report came in late. Well, in our subsequent report, which is just a few months from now, we'll reflect it in the report.
Stanton,
But I'm not
can I
afraid.
say
Let
one
me make
more?
this point very clear. I'm not afraid, no.
Yeah, we gotta bring in Fubi, so make that short, please.
Yes, just one last comment on not on the report, but on the presidential conversation, if I want to term it that way, regarding the state of Monrovia.
I don't know what's happening to mine.
Stanton, he can keep that one for his closing. He want to talk about his city.
You want to do a comment? Let's ask a question, then you can do a comment at last. I beg you, wait, Frank.
You can do it for the closing.
Kev, that's the last thing you I just hope that you accept me when I interrupt you next time.
No, my man, you still want to talk about it. You can do that for your closing.
Let allow Fubi to speak. Fubi.
I'm not going to interrupt you, Kev. All right, I'll wait.
Yeah, so on I think Wilfred asked a question about the city generating funds. All the cities got the ability to generate a fund. There's a law for that. So the cities are not they're not underfunded. I mean, they got budgetary support from the main government, but they also have the capacity to raise their own revenue. And when the senator said it right, that the law got good laws on the books for enforcing, that has been a major issue. And the issue of the city debt and the president responding, when 2 presidents have to respond to each other, I hear my CDC brother trying to criticize President Bwaka responding. President, we are also responding to my Ellen. He said that GDP, GDP on the pulpit in the church. When she came down and talked about GDP issue, he blasted her too. So you will have this kind of stuff. And the city being more dirty or more cleaner right now, like Senator Snow already said, clean the city and do your best to clean it. We all beat on CDC for the dirty city. So if Monrovia is also struggling right now, do your best and clean it, fix the issues, and let's move the country forward. But there's nothing wrong with the 2 presidents throwing jabs at each other. Sometimes it's good. It's good for the democracy. And, you criticize me, I fire you back. You saw President Taylor and Marco Francis. Marco Francis fire Taylor, fire you back. So some of this time is good for the public to be entertained by their leaders at that level. So for me, I don't see anything wrong with the president responding to Madam Salif, because you will definitely do that because at that level, she's not one of the regular citizens that will just talk and just go in passing. But I agree with Senator Snow that fix the issue. Forget about the two cities who just broken up. The city is there, fix it. That move the country forward because that helps to solve the issue. Thank you.
Yeah, you're quite correct. Before we bring in Kev, so I want just to take you back. President Barker was vice president of Madam Salif for 12 years. If he criticized Madam Salif, he's criticizing himself. And whatever the case may be, one thing remains: the city is dirty. Somebody got to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a shame on both of them.
But don't forget, President Brecker said it was a packed race car. So on his 12 years, he was packed. So he doesn't take responsibility for the 12 years as vice president because he said it was a race car that was packed.
So my question to President Barker: did he receive salary as a vice president, being a park race car? But anyway, I'm asking
he parked his salary.
He parked the salary too, right? Let me bring
you have to be
and these are the things we're talking about. You give reason why
when you see the massive infrastructure development in the rehab community, then you know that the salary then was packed. The salary now is working.
Okay, we'll talk about that on another show.
Okay.
Kev?
Stanton, and you know what baffles me on the show as we speak right now is how a lot of people I've seen being nonchalant on the issue about the what Snow was talking about. I would say the fear in the country. We're seeing Yeke Kolba, other lawmaker. Mind you, Snow was threatened by this president before and say, I will do X, Y, and Z to you. To you. But I don't think we're taking it seriously, the state of our nation today. I don't think we're taking it seriously. You cannot speak. You cannot speak. If you're opposition, you speak, they run to LCC for you. They don't care whether there's a case on you. They don't. This is serious. The president look at Musa ability and yell at Musa ability. Musa ability said that, right? The president, because Musa ability is an opposition. What did they? They went after Musa ability businesses. This is serious. I think we got to show more light to it. We got to push and we got to speak about it. Because the next thing will happen, they will come to journalists, they will come to everybody. You cannot speak today under this government. Snow, imagine if Snow had put that in that report.
Yeah.
Central, let me finish, my brother. Central, let me finish. Let me finish. I'm up there. Let me finish. It's Snow put that in his report and say Yeke Koluba was removed, and the Guineans are still at the border. What will be saying today about Snow? Snow is revealing what happened. Snow trying to make the government look bad. They will say it about Edwin Snow because the truth is Yeke Koluba was removed. The truth is the Guineans still at the border. What do you expect Snow to put in there? Because Snow will speak the truth, and that truth will have led Snow in hot water under this government. And Joseph Imamboka is the most vindictive politician in anybody's lifetime. The most vindictive.
Okay. So let's allow Snow to speak, but Snow, before you speak, Kev.
You don't need to do my man. Let's not speak, my man. Not you. My man, leave it. I'm not speaking to you. That's
but
not.
So wait, but wait.
Yeah, it's not go, yeah.
Kev, what's the
Kev, I already said it. I'm glad that the technician didn't mention those things in his report. And I read the report, like Wilfred Bangura said. I think it was a very good report. It reflected a lot of positive things in the country. But again, damn if you do, damn if you don't. So, say what you want to say about President Boyka. I agree with him. The dogs should continue to bark. But if you just decide to throw stone at all the dogs that are barking on Facebook right now, I won't reach where I want to go. So I'll let the dogs continue barking, and I will continue doing what I have to do in the interest of Liberia. So I love the barking of the dogs. And I love dogs. I have a lot of dogs, so I hear dogs
Yeah,
barking.
well, I want you to speak to that. If you are, but imagine if those things they're talking about and you included it in that.
They were going to bark. The dogs are going to bark as well.
So let me say something here, right? And I think you answer Kev. There's a different level here, right? And Kev, he can scream and say I shouldn't talk because you know exactly where I'm coming from. Nobody's sanctioning Snow. Snow is not afraid. Snow served as Speaker for the House of Representatives. He was removed. He fought, but he was removed. Snow was elevated to be senator. Snow, former son-in-law to Charles Taylor, that he would be afraid. Snow.
We're not talking about fear now. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what will be saying.
Maybe you think that because Snow can say I'm afraid, yeah. Snow is
I never use that word.
No, Snow use afraid. He use it.
No.
Just tell you how the
Kev, don't interrupt my baking man. You feel that? Why you here for me to talk, Kev? Why you here to
false information? Because you're giving false information.
But
we're not talking to you.
You got Snow and you say Snow afraid. No, that's a different level. Let me say this to everyone listen to us. Kev, you on spoon every day running your mouth. Joseph Boga get time for you? That you Joseph Boga will come after and sanction you? What are you acting like the country is crumbling and Joseph Boga is nitpicking and chasing everyone? No. Let's just fascinate. Nobody's Asedo is in Liberia, a free man, enjoying himself with everything he come on the show and say. Nobody looking for Asedo. Our country is not in the dark age. It's just that we differ on the issues. Nobody will come on the show.
So you agree with that? So you agree with the expression of your
You gotta wait let to one at a time.
Nobody will come on the expression of your
Kev, relax. Nobody will come on the show when people use politics, right, to make political decisions that affect political offices. We should speak to that. But the government is not running behind anybody to execute them for their freedom. Let's speak to the issue. Every day, you and Asedo, you have the time to come a spoon to say the worst about Joseph Yiman Bwaka. You don't insult his parent, you don't insult him, but you go against his politics, his policy. Guess what? We're still operating. But you want to talk, the country is still gloom and dark, and everybody will be executed when the same President Bwaka is wrong on some of his decisions. That's wrong. That would never happen. So I beg for us to leave it and bring Snow back and recheck him. Snow is not afraid. I think for me, Snow, I stand to be corrected. I think you should have taken the opportunity to fix and include into that report. Maybe you forgot because you're traveling too much. And include into that report those things that the people holding you on. You didn't do it. You said you would do it better next time. We move. Because I think it's only in the interest of Liberia that you are representing Liberia on the ECOWAS Parliament. People respect you. You got huge respect internationally. You meet world leaders. This is not you, Snow, for you to say, they would take me to America, they would expel me there. Who expels Snow? You joking? You joking? So, mama, let's move back. Let's be serious there and talk about issues affecting our country than to talk about fear and caviar, yummy. Let's move on. I beg, let's move on. I will not sit there, you guys say those things. I want to say, Snow, thank you. You're from a good family. I appreciate your family gesture towards me. I ate a cake, a chocolate cake. It was nice. You got a beautiful family, Snow. I met your kids. Beautiful children, handsome men.
That's official thing. That's our thing. You come go.
No, why you running away from? No, why you running away? No, why you running away? Where met you are going? Where you think are going?
I know you.
Where met you are going?
You will never talk when any good. You will never talk when any good. Just tell the reality. Yeah, I know you. I know exactly where you're
going. No, I want to appreciate you for what you guys did to me. I never had the time to open this and thank you. While you're on the show, let me do it now. This is the video.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Then show the cake. Hey.
Make a wish. Make a wish.
Make a wish, boy.
You know, Snow, I'm so sincerely saying to you tonight, that was one of the greatest surprise from you and Nathan, Congressman Nathan Bia, your entire family. I do appreciate. I mean, I was disappointed that Musa Benito promised to be there. And he kept on calling. He said the only way he couldn't make it, but he came on the day. He came on the day of. He came on the day of the birthday. He came to my house. But soon I want to say thank you. And I said to Representative Nathan Bia, thanks to him a lot, he and his beautiful wife. For my wife and I, my entire family would say thank you. You're a great man. You're a good friend. I do appreciate you. I appreciate your brothers, your uncles, your sisters, and everyone else that was there. You know, I appreciate all the friends and family, the Snow 1 and Snow 2 that was there. You know, Snow oldest son, that's mom on the left hand side, that's Snow 1, her name is Margaret. Snow younger son, and you know, mother on the right hand side, her name is Faith. I appreciate them. Decent women, beautiful women, funny. We have
So
fun
you're a
that day.
mess. I swear to God, you're a mess. I keep
And
up
they
on you,
and they
you're a
all
mess.
and they all were there. I don't know how he managed. He know how to call his children mother. You know, they were there. We ate, we laughed, we joked, we make peace in heaven, peace on earth. Snow,
You're a
my heart goes
mess.
on to you. You're a great man. I do appreciate you. I tell you right now, from the bottom of my heart, thanks to you and all of your family. We do appreciate you guys a lot. You're a friend, you're a brother, and I do appreciate you sincerely. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So you're a nice guy, Stanton. I wish you all the best. You're a nice guy.
Well, on this note, you can take it away. I think we are done. It's 7:26. You can take it away. After you close, we are on closing.
But okay, Stan, I want to say thanks for the show. I think it was a good show. I listened to the president regarding LEC, you know, electricity, and asking people to stop using the transformer or stop using electricity so that others can have it. I hope that we can the compact money. I heard that was a big plan to put more money. I think 50 million has been allotted for LEC. We need more money. At the Senate, I chair the Committee on Energy, and I know that the management of LEC is very challenged. They need more money. We need to work with LEC. We just need to stop playing politics with everything. I remember a few months ago, my very good friend, the Senator Leon, went on the radio and said, oh, this time, by the time LEC go, everybody can get concerned because LEC don't blink again. Now, LEC is more than a Christmas light. What are the issues? Let's begin to discuss the hard issue. Let's give LEC the necessary funding they need so that it will provide electricity. No country will survive without electricity. Industries are coming, people are running, you know, different factories, want to open mini factories here, there, yeah. If your cost of electricity is more than your operating cost, definitely you're never going to survive. So let's just give more support to LEC. Let's work with the energy sector and see how best we can improve the country. Regarding President Salif and President Obeka, I think they are two very senior citizens, so I got no future frying out oil. The only thing I learned from President Salif's interview is that all the UP people that at the time said President Salif got nothing to do with his Senator Snow remover. They now on Facebook say she removed Snow. So I don't know which one I should believe. I should believe the UP1 story or the UP2 story. Whichever it is, I'm happy I'm still alive and I'm still doing well. Thank you, Stanton.
Senator Snow, thank you for joining us tonight, man. Have a great trip. Pray that you return back to the country safely, and may God bless you and your family. My regards to the old man. Thank you.
Well, let Colonel Gray get a benediction now.
Nah, Colonel Gray came late. It's after the
I
time.
say
He will close.
benediction. Let him pray for us to leave.
Colonel Gray usually come to close.
Yeah, I say
That's
yeah,
why he does. So, but if you're hanging on, we'll get everyone closing, and then we can leave together. Dr. Richardson, yes, thank you. Dr. Richardson, thank you very much.
So I'm really troubled by hearing you, Stanton, say that you think Senator Snow was playing politics, that freedom of speech is not in any significant trouble in Liberia for him to say or to express that people will get arrested or people can't speak how they feel. That was what Senator Snow, I believe, was portraying to us, and I'm troubled by that because I want people to speak on the behalf of the Liberian people. I don't want this kind of two-faced nature, if I can say that. Like you feel one thing, but you come here to play politics because of something else. I don't want that. I want you to be straight up. I want you to continue to be the Snow that you are. You speak on issues. I don't want you to, come here and say, well, I can't talk anymore. I can't write that you can't spell. I can't write that the Guineans are out of the border because when I come, people will say, snow, snow, snow. That to me is a little bit of not being your true self. And what Liberia and our democracy needs right now is for everyone to speak the truth, is for everyone to, whether the government side with you or not, you speak the truth. That's what we need. That enhances our democracy. That strengthens our desire to be able to participate in the government. It strengthens you as a leader of the people in Bombing County, that you'll be able to say, well, I have a senator who's going to speak for me if things goes wrong. But if they see you going, saying, well, I'm tired. We had 3 other people there. Even though I take responsibility, I think I heard you say you take responsibility of being a leader. I take responsibility for the mishap, and I will deal with the Nigerians tomorrow because, many things are not right in Nigeria and they don't put it in their report, but I'll mention it tomorrow. But in many words, I'm just saying that I need you to continue speaking your truth. I need you to continue speaking how you feel. I don't need you to go and, and cry somewhere and say, oh, I'm only playing politics here. And I'm only going to say, well, the dogs will continue to bark. Those are not your words. That's not things. You playing politics, and it bothers me so much, when you say words like, oh, the dogs will continue to bark, so dogs will continue barking. Or I can't say this because on 2 occasions when I spoke for Fanati, I spoke about the usage of the presidential lounge, and I got a backlash. I got whipped, and nobody came to my rescue. And you're right. I'm not going to get into, 2 people in our country's politics. Let's be concerned about the Liberian people. That's what my ultimate concern is. I don't care about Ellen Johnson said the city dirty, and Boca come back and say, well, how you left it, I'm not going to get into that beefing with them. It's just, let's look at the bigger things. Guinea is at our border. That's a bigger conversation for me. So that's how I'm going to end. Thank you guys. It was a great show.
Dr. Richardson, thank you a lot. And we do appreciate you. Dr. George?
Ms. Stanton, I want to thank Senator this evening, and I'm grateful to the Peter Partners for the conversation we had this evening. And those who are listening to us on Facebook, YouTube, wheresoever you're joining us. Look, less dirty, more dirty, Monrovia is dirty. Whether we want to spend hours fighting over Monrovia is dirty. But I think President Burka made an error that President Sani Abacha made in the late 90s. And that I criticized President Abacha. He made a statement that Mandela was criticized. They don't know what he was speaking about because he had spent 27 years in prison and was getting to his head. A lot of analysts on Nigerian issue believe that was the beginning of the downfall of Sani Abacha. There are some people who are international repute that at times when they say things, you just let it slide. And President Salif have won that level of the international repetition. She's not only a Liberian citizen, she's a global citizen. And at times when she speaks, many who are in politics will do well, but they're trying to reacting to her statement when she make them. Because statement carry more weight than President Burka's statement any day, anytime, any place. But what is clear in our country, the government is struggling. Last year, and I agree with Senator Snow on this one, last year this government had us celebrating electricity. We're excited. I was in Monrovia in October. I had electricity throughout my stay in Monrovia. I was excited about that. But at the end of the day, where they were showing what we call flash. You know, when the BM boys in the into the flash, you get excited, they come over and they that's why this government have shown us. They flash us, and in our excitement, now the president is asking us not to be excited. No, Mr. President, you may are excited, and therefore we are calling on you and everybody in the LEC is challenged. You should have helped us to understand that it was challenging at that time, but you had us celebrating, and that's why we are excited. Liberia need a third option. Liberia need a third wave. For 20 years, we hear this story, less dirty, my government failed, my government failed. And for so long, we've been walloping and living in this thing that we cannot be a great nation. I grew up in a beautiful country, and Senator Snow, thank you for that description you gave about being able to walk the streets of Monrovia, stopping to Gondo restaurant for lunch, going up to Dugal Hotel to swim or play table. These were in our country. People came from all over the world.
Elitism. They're not talking about Dugal.
Came from all over the world to learn from Liberia. And definitely that opportunity can still be there. And that's why I support Alexander Benedict Cummings, because I believe his leadership will transform Liberia and put Liberia on a path that every one of us will benefit, and will stop having this conversation of more dirty, less dirty, your government failed, my government, looking about the success of the Liberian people. You all have a wonderful night. We look forward to this conversation tomorrow.
Again, Dr. George, we do appreciate you. Thanks a lot. You always add a different flavor from the Socrates days to our show. You know, you're not talking about Burger King. You used to go to Ducal Palace to swim. While we were in Ghana's Riviera empty, running in rain, poo water, you were in swimming pool. To God be the glory.
No, I'm tempted to answer you, but I won't answer you.
Don't answer me today. Don't answer me. We're in Ghana running behind poo crab and swimming in the rain water. You were in Ducal Party upstairs swimming. Fubi, your grandpapa was there too as speaker. You were swimming where? West Africa?
Our baby won again, so I don't know.
Oh yeah, so you missed the enjoyment. I'm sorry. Now let's say you, Fubi, please.
Yeah, so good show, good show. No, the issue raised by the senator, you know, it's not about being afraid. You know, criticism and being open to accepting criticism should be everybody's business, especially when you're in public service. So the government as a whole, all the branches should be open to that. And they should learn to accept dissenting views, because you will always have them. That's why God gave everybody their own head on their shoulder, so that you feel free to think the way you think and put it out the way you see it. You know, the issue of the ECOWAS, most of the time the bad news will always overshadow the good news. So you can have all the good reports. If one bad thing sparks up, everybody will focus on the bad and ignore the good one. So I think that's there where the issue is. And the representative from the House of Representatives, the three members from the House of Representatives should take real responsibility for their actions and not shift blame and not try to talk about they didn't read the report. It's fair. If you don't want to talk about your expulsion, nothing wrong with that. You got all right to defend it. You know, so nobody should shift blame on anybody. Accept the responsibility and move on. Say, look, we saw the report. We didn't think it was necessary to include it, and just move on. But you can't be saying we read a report late and we saw it. Those are not things that I think we should be hearing from national leaders at that level. That I forgot to read a report, they came late. And you can't say that publicly. Even if you got it late, say, look, we didn't think it was necessary to include it at this time because we don't have conclusion. And move on. Nobody's going to beat you because of that. And, you know, the issue about the two presidents, you always have those jabs, you know, so that for me, I don't see anything wrong with them. They should just, now President Baka is in charge. You can fire back. And when you say the city is much cleaner now. And I want to talk about Madam Shalitan because he inherited the city from CDC. So probably that job was going directly to the CDC regime, because I personally led that Dirty City campaign on many occasions from dump site to dump site, pushing the city mayor to to move and clean garbage from our different locations. At some point, they made some massive improvement after our advocacy, places that had died. At a certain point, I passed there, we couldn't find dirt there again because as I moved with my Facebook Live, the next thing I saw was the the Monrovia City Corporation truck there cleaning the dirt at every different points. So that they did a good job. So we think this government should also look at it from that angle. People criticize, go and just improve and clean it. Whatever in the past, already in the past, but focus on what you can do now to improve the sanitation of the state. Because you can't be having the issue of a challenging health sector, then you compounding it with dirty city. Then you're not helping the situation. So you clean the city. So even with the challenging health sector, you reduce the rate of people getting sick and not having, means to go to the hospital, not having reason to go to the hospitals. So that's where you do it. So what good show, the issue of LEC, I always said the LEC, that rainy season issue, the government just need to take it heads on now and fix it. Our rainy season, you see it, the same way I always said it when they started praising, I said, look, wait for the rainy season. When you wait for a dry season, then you can actually say, yes, it's a stable electricity. But it's good that they are focused. I think I saw 50 million in the budget for LEC. Let's see how they will use that this year. They can generate the revenue. They should use that to improve it because that's a major boost to the country. Access to electricity, it helps to even reduce the cost of production for those that are into manufacturing using diesel generators to run their factories. So if you have LEC, it's cheaper than running generators with higher fuel prices. So it helps to even bring prices down. So I know we all want prices to come down, but if you're running on generators, you're not going to have prices being down because those are cost impact to the cost of production in the country. Well, thank you, and let's keep the fire burning.
Thank you very much, Fubi. Thanks a lot. Senator is killing time with us. That's good. Let's come to Kev Hassan with Fred Bagura, and the last man standing will be my brother Connor Evram McGray. Kev?
I don't want to keep you company by almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but we're almost done now. We almost done. I ain't got nothing else to say about you again. I say it also. Yeah.
Okay, and my argument first before Stanton coming with his rebuttal, right? And if you tell me, right, that when the president look at fanatical fast say, I don't want you, if that is not a hostile country, if the president look at Yeke, you should remove him. Tell me if it's not a hostile country. If the president look at the former president and say, you're not going to use that lounge, tell me if it's not hostile country. If the president telling the former president why his plane was up in the air and say you cannot land, tell me if it's not a hostile country. If the president look at Musa Ability and say, don't speak because you're talking against me, we'll go against your businesses, tell me if it's not a hostile country. We all thought that this president will unite the nation, send olive branch to his opponent, like what Madabio did with APC. We all thought that this president was going to heal the nation, but the nation is in further disarray than ever. And ever. He's the most vindictive president that we have seen in our lifetime. If this is not a hostile country, and I'm not saying Senator Snow, because I didn't hear Senator Snow saying he's afraid, but he just saying they will come after me. They will say this, they will say that. And this president has a history of going after people. Going after people. We have seen it. We have seen it. He removed a speaker illegally in a vindictive way. If you part of the Supreme Court, you got to go his way. The Supreme Court offer a ruling the opinion, the president went against it. Tell me if it's not a hostile territory. Winfred Bangura is on the show. On the show. They remove him. They threaten to, just take him to court. Winfred Bangura had to leave the CMC in order to save his life and his family. He can say all he want to say. Winfred Bangura can say all he want to say. There's nothing that the CMC did to Winfred Bangura, but he left because he wanted to remove his name from that indictment. Tell me if it's not a hostile country that you have to join me in order for you to survive. And I can say clear, yeah. And Winfred Bangura, you will support me. Your name should not be on that indictment because I believe you are clean as a whistle. Nobody on that indictment name supposed to be there. Why your name was there and your name were removed after you joined the MDR and leave the CMC? Because you want to survive. Tell me if it's not a hostile country. Tell me if it's not a hostile country. So if we can paint it. We can say anything. We can come on and say, oh yeah, the country is good. The country is good. But we have a living body on the show that he left his party, a commitment with Musa Ability, and said, no, I will go because my name is on. So the indictment on its way to him. They serve him. And after that, when he received a phone call and said, Mohammed, the next day I'm coming home, to MDR, his name was banished. Tell me if that is a normal society. Well, I'm not saying that everyone is afraid. It's not afraid, but we're just revealing that this nation under Josiah Imam Bokai is a mistake. This president is a mistake. That's the only two mistakes will not repeat again. The war and Joseph Bokai. Joseph Bokai is equivalent to the devastation and the war that happened in Liberia. And that's what we live in under this president.
Let me bring in Winfred. Again, I hate to do this, but everybody living in America that want to show besides Fubi and Bangura, politics have different dimension.
Why you always want to?
Why you
always want to after
you can ask no, right? There's a reason why Donald Trump was voted in, and those that stood with him, he rewarded them. It's politics.
So the man will be on the indictment.
Go ahead, Go ahead, Bangura. Go ahead.
Kev, for how long do you want to keep spilling your nonsense on the show? Clearly, things that are not even part of the conversation, you bring them in. They got utterly no connection. But Kev, let me say this to you. You know, I have often said Kev will always.
No, but don't respond to me. You say they don't have no connection. So speak up.
That meaning, you know, that you will always be a Kev, I think it's deep. It is deeper than you know. You have to take some time to study what that means. You have a way of coming up with all kinds of nonsensical stories that are far remote from the truth. But that is not what bothers me. What bothers me is the confidence that you exude when you speak in your falsehood on the show. But worst of all is when you say these things and people are just quietly looking at you, you really think that you're making sense. I would think that I will pause and say, why am I just speaking and everybody is so quiet? Maybe I'm not making sense, but it doesn't dawn on you for even a moment. Let me say to you, Kev, every time you come here, you say Liberia is descending into the dark days. You bring all kinds of fictitious, unfounded arguments. Let's take for a minute the House of Representatives crisis. You alleged, do not interrupt me. I was very quiet listening to you. Speaking garbage. The House of Representatives crisis culminating into the removal of the Speaker. The Speaker of the House of Representatives was removed by his colleagues. In fact, he would never have been removed if the CDC lawmakers, your party, had not helped to remove their own speaker. This is the truth. And you know it. CDC has the majority of lawmakers in the House. If the CDC lawmakers had stood up to say, no, we're standing with our speaker, he would never have been removed. You want to put that on the president? Really? Is it the president who went into the heads of CDC lawmakers when their own party and party executives, including the former president, called them and told them to back off and told them to stand with former Speaker Kofa? Don't interrupt me. He urged them, he mandated them, stand with Speaker Kofa. Don't assist in removing that man. He is our own. What did they do? They went ahead and removed him. Was that the president? Does the president control CDC now? Does the president control CDC legislative caucus? Does the president control even you, Kev? Do you listen to yourself? So when you come on the show and you want to blame the president, you say the president said, I don't want Yeke. Is the president a member of the House of Representatives? Don't you have majority CDC lawmakers there? I think 24 or so. What did they do? Did they not sign the expulsion for Yeke to be removed? Did the CDC lawmakers did not sign? If the CDC lawmaker has stood with Yeke, would we have been expelled today? You see, these are contradictions that you continue to bring forth to this discourse, and you continue to disgrace yourself and the party that you intend to represent. So let me beat senses in your head tonight. The president controls a branch of government distinct and separate from the legislature. Those people have their own rules and they have their own politics. To always drag the president into whatever happens in the House of Representatives, when you have the biggest opposition bloc there with the largest number that can resist whatever attempt, assuming that is the case, and to blame the president for what happens there is really unfortunate. And you are really pathetic. The way you're coming across on the show.
Why the president went against the Supreme Court ruling?
A lot of people.
Why the president went?
Your attitude is becoming disgraceful because you come on the show and you speak without fact, without evidence. You allege that, oh, Liberia is sinking into the dark days. Look, this is the latest report from a multilateral organization. It's called the ECOWAS report, authored on the 3rd of this month. If you can read, go and read this report. I just summarized this report and I told Senator Snow that this is a good report. Go and read the report. It will give you where Liberia stands on basic thematic areas, governance areas, security, justice, freedom of speech, civil liberties, political pluralism. The report was written not by Honorable Snow.
MCC report card says fail in rule of law. MCC report card. Go to MCC report card.
The man is
I was very quiet. He was speaking. I was very quiet, but you didn't know how to preserve the Quran. So civilization requires respect, mutual respect. You don't tend to have that. But yet you are the same person who comes on the show to criticize other people.
We got to you guys.
When you do not have any grounds to do that. So Kev, you have to be a decent person. When you come on the show to make remarks, your arguments must be backed by evidence. You think you can use propaganda to survive on and have your way? The report authored by ECOWAS is clear and unequivocal. All of the thematic areas, the nation states scored a passing mark. It came out brilliantly in flying colors. Go and read the report. Not your own report that is a figment of your imagination.
I go with the MCC
you
report.
have your own report in your head and how you wish. And you know how Sigmund Freud calls that? He calls it wishful thinking. He calls it wishful thinking. Oh, how I wish that this was the state of affairs in the nation state. Oh, how I wish that things were so bad and things were so dark. It's called wishful thinking. You have to graduate from wishful thinking. So you come across really with as a man who is come on the show, who is not serious and spills out lies and innuendos with no logical foundation or evidence. So go and come back another time. But Liberia is a peaceful country. It's not descending into no dark days. The reports are very clear. Reports written and sent to big bodies like ECOWAS, a regional institution, well respected. Go and read that report. Thank you very much, Stanton.
Yeah, thank you very much, my brother. It's good to have you. Let's all listen to Conor Gray, and then we'll depart in peace. I want to appreciate every one of you. If some of you ask why Conor Gray coming late, he usually go to work. When he's off, he usually come early. So we got to entertain Conor Gray. Conor Gray, sorry that you have to do the closing, my friend.
No, Stanton, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Sorry I'm coming in late. Madam, how are you tonight? All smiling back there. So, two things. When you do research, they will always say there's a gap in the data. There's a gap in KEF's data. Either KEF does not know what the dark day represents in our political history, and number two, he wasn't there for the war, so he has absolutely no idea about how the war was fought. KEF has been away from that country for the most of his life. Grew up in another place. When he was there, he passed through, and so he'll be making this unwholesome remarks about sliding back to the dark days. I don't want to talk about what obtained prior to the advent of this government. We can't go about talking about the missing days and that and all that stuff. Those were all situations that occurred that anyone could say it represent the dark days if you knew at all what the dark days was. But one thing I wanted to say is kept not making a good case for his CDC. If this is who they depend on, CDC will eat grass when 2029 comes. I don't think he has the capacity to even articulate the issues. So as a result, we're just managing him. But I don't know if he's capable of convincing anybody to come back to the CDC. And I heard McGay is there, and I wonder how many new people is going to win. But KEF, at least they got KEF, that's their disciple. But one thing I would say about Snow, Senator Snow, in my opinion, is a doyen.
The fact that you responding to me shows that
the thing about it is
actually
Senator Snow
you actually don't know what you're talking about.
Clear manifestation of
let me tell you.
I know you probably see. Stanton left you because
you know what?
No, Stanton left because Stanton wants
you run away. You run away and come here. You run away and come here. You're a runaway soldier. But let me say this.
That's all right. Why you putting me there now?
MCC score is structural.
I want to talk about Senator Snow.
You are talking. I'm trying to cut the man off. He interrupted me. He interrupted me.
When I'm done, you don't make impact, the trajectory.
I mean, you call Kev's name, so I don't know how to hit
the man called my name. The man ran away, soldier.
What I was trying to say is
the man ran away, soldier. The man
Kev. Let the man finish.
But the man run away and left us. So he got over. He was there. Run away, soldier.
Kev, let's do it because
the man went in.
I don't know
that
where I ran
Richardson,
away. At some point, I
that
ran away.
Richardson
At some
gotta
point, I went to
go. For
Lutheran.
respect
You
of
see,
that
I mean, after
Richardson,
Lutheran Church, she ran.
yeah,
I ran
for
away.
respect,
We're
I went
looking
to
for you.
Lutheran.
for respect of that Richardson, like on a great close
Oh,
for me. I beg
let
you,
me
we all
talk.
gotta
Let me
go.
close.
Thank you.
Let me close. I was just saying that Senator Snow is the doyen, is the pact. It's the guys, the alpha dog leading the whole group. All the people are there, they're newbies. And Senator Snow can be deliberate if he wants to. Who is more closer to the Unity Party than Senator Snow, who was once a chairman of that organization? He has proximity there. But you know, politically, people can go different directions. The thing about Senator Snow, he chooses what to and what not to comment on. What is more important and significant than an invasion of your own country by another regime? You have the ability to present that to a body that can make tangible decisions. But you say you're afraid. The expulsion of Yeke is insignificant because he's gone. But the occupation, illegal occupation of our country by another state, which is hostile, by the way, is more important. So it tells me that the mission of ECOWAS by the pact, by this individual, is non-existent. We're just wasting taxpayer money.
But Colonel Grant, sorry you came late because then I was going to push you, right? The government have not taken opposition, but you always say Guineans invaded our land. We are at war with Guinea. You always say that, but that's not a government position.
No, it depends.
So how are we? I really want to hear from you today. How can one, beside you and myself on a talk show, right? How can anybody in government explain this thing? When the executive, the head of the country say, we are not in war, right? He's not calling it out of war. You are calling it out of war. He's not calling it invasion. You can agree calling it invasion. How can a representative or senator or minister or director speak in those terms?
Stanton, there's a popular theory in physics called no two elements can occupy the same space at the same time. We have a land that is called Liberia.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
We have a land called Liberia, and we have territorial borders. If another country comes in, it's two countries occupying one space at the same time. That's conflict. Nobody has to tell you that we're
no, but you got to understand. I agree with what you're saying, Chief. I agree with what you are saying. But the president should be the one to declare war. You're a military man. The commander-in-chief should give the marching order. You, as a former colonel, cannot come on a talk show and say we are at war. Then the president saying, no, we are not. We are on soft diplomacy. These people occupy our border, they will leave.
Confused.
So you are conflicting the message in here.
Exactly.
So, everyone would disagree with you because the commander-in-chief saying to the nation, we are not at war. We may be at dispute, but we are not at war. And we will fix this by diplomacy. But you're going to agree saying we should agree that we are at war. And Snow will not say that.
Okay. Well, irrespective of what Snow will say or how the president will brand it, your own common sense will tell you that if I took, you understand, if I took...
It's not about common sense, going to agree. You're a military man, then you will kill somebody.
No,
if that's what your common sense is telling you, then you will kill somebody.
Then allow me to use my expertise. Allow me to use my expertise.
I just got it. That's the why I'm going to agree that you want to on the show for the beginning. But finish up. I just wanted to push you.
That will not bring Georgia back to power.
I just wanted to push you, but go ahead.
That mistake we made, we're not making it again. That's the mistake. That's the real mistake, my brother, Liberian Smith. But let me say this, Stanton. We don't have to agree that we're at war with another occupier of our land illegally. That's war. You can define war in different ways. And that's one, hostility. They enter your territorial border with armed cajole, capture a piece of the territory.
But that's not the position of the government.
That's the definition of war. Now, Kev, I'm not talking to you.
That's not the position.
You're not school enough. You're not school enough. Be quiet. If you are taking your time and go to school, you probably will have something to articulate.
Yeah,
Let me make my point.
But if you
Be quiet, my brother.
the killing of the Lutheran Church
I hope Conor will be having the law on Sunday, and they don't come to speak about national issue. We want to announce to everyone, Sheikh Alhaji Koyate. He's traveling. He will be with us next week. We're going to bring more guests here like Edwin Snow that we can discuss the issue of national concern. That's the healing process to our country. And I really do. Conor, I respect you. You know that we laugh, we joke. But how can we define war when the president is saying we are not at war? I think that's where we differ, Conor. And I think that where we're going to find a thin line to agree, I will wait on President Barker to tell us exactly what we're doing with the border issue, whether we are at war or we are not at war. But right now, I would say to all Liberians, we are not. I would say to all Liberians, we are not at war because the president have not declared it.
War is not only the presence of gun and machete.
All right, let me bring in Fubi.
That massacre you massacre people are looting church for
By Kev start. Fubi.
Yeah, but
I want you to ease this thing up, right?
Because from the U.S. government said that it's a fugitive.
We are not.
You're not getting away with that.
All right, guys. I don't think we're gonna end the show like this, guys. Please, let's respect each other. Let's respect each other. I want to say to all of you, let me give this quick announcement. Thank you very much, Nelson, for all what you do. I want to announce also Dr. Richardson. Thank you very much for hanging on, Fubi. That's where we differ. We can agree. The president have not declared. I don't know if you wanted to add something to this. We cannot make that declaration. We cannot say because President Barker have not declared it. He said he's on diplomacy. We got to do exactly and agree with the president about diplomacy. He have not declared war. We will not say we are at war. And that's my argument with my brother Conor Gray. So real quick, Fubi, just chime in because you're a strong critic on this one.
Yeah, so actually the declaration of war should be by the legislature.
Thank you.
They should declare war. Then the president can enforce the.
But neither of those things have happened, though. The legislature have not declared. The president have not said anything. We are not at war. We are in dispute with Guinea, and we believe that the president is working on self-diplomacy.
We can take that land.
We can't take that line. And I want to say to all of you, join us on the 17th. Join us on the 17th. We really want to say this. We really want to say this. Join us on the 17th. The Liberian community, guys are giving an announcement, please. The Liberian community in Central Jersey, again, this community debate will be on Sunday for the president and the vice president. These guys want to be. This is Daniel Watkins. Daniel Watkins seriously vying for that position. He's doing everything he can. Now, you got to understand, it's been a rough ride, but I would say to you, Daniel suspended his campaign, but he brought back that campaign believing that he's a soul, the individual that can really transform that country. He's been through a lot. And we are so proud to announce that we, Spoon Network, will be hosting that debate. I'll be hosting our debate along with Diamond Slanger from Liberia. It will be on our network and on all of our radio stations. These people got to tell us whether they're serious. Danny Watkins will be running against Albert Gipley. And Albert Gipley, actually a young man from the Williamsboro, Trenton, Bowlingtown area, he will be also speaking to you. We want to say we invite you on Sunday the 17th of May this month. For you to come and hear, seriously, who are these guys? Seriously, we have to dig deeper and know them. We have to dig deeper as to why people are going to vote for them. So we will be hosting the debate. It will be a great one. I spoke with the debate commissioner. I spoke with the election commissioner. We are putting things together. And we tell you it will be one of the best. We assured you that you want to follow the Liberian Community Association in Central Jersey, part of Pennsylvania, telling you that Albert Gipley is running against Danny Watkins. I'm telling you, it will be a great one. You don't want to miss it. We will be moving in that direction. We appreciate you. Now we're going to say welcome to, as always, Nelson. Welcome to Levi. Levi can look over. Say hi, Nelson. Hi, Nelson. Bye, Nelson. Bye, Nelson. Okay. On that note,
Hey,
I'm
Levi.
out. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Well, I want to say thanks to everyone
All right,
tonight.
let's go.
We appreciate all of you for being here tonight. Thanks to our listeners, our viewers, those of you who have been commenting. We appreciate you. Thanks to all of you for your respective roles here tonight. Whether you just called in, we appreciate you. And I want to say thanks to the many of you who just listen. Those of you who have been sharing the show as well, we appreciate you. And we want to say thanks for being here tonight. The Spoon Talk has been live across Spoon 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, Super 95.5, Voice of Liberia 104.1, and several other frequencies across the country. We want to appreciate all of you for relaying Spoon Talk tonight. And then we also want to say thanks to our online audience, the many of you who joined us to make sure that you form part of this edition of the program. We appreciate you as well. Thanks to our viewers, our listeners. Thanks to all of you across the world, whether you've been watching via Spoon TV, Fabric TV, or Super TV. We say thanks to you, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow for another splendid edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Well, just before we go, I want to do. I'm trying to get this. I'm not getting it. All right. So, okay. So I think I got this now. Well, let me appreciate everyone who followed this edition of the program. Thanks for following. We appreciate you. But just before we go, let me do a special birthday greeting for Evangelist Judith Stryker. You're celebrating your 90th birthday today. You're an ardent follower of Spoon Talk. I want to say happy birthday to you. We appreciate your contribution. We appreciate the fact that you take up your time to watch Spoon Talk all of the time. And Evangelist, on this special day of yours, we want to say happy birthday to you, Evangelist Julie Stryker. We wish you all the best as you celebrate your birthday today. Happy birthday to you, ma'am. And thanks to everyone. Thanks to all of you out there. I see Robert Gumme is here. Thanks for being here. Joseph Kai. Thanks as well. Margin and son, we appreciate you, brother. Thanks for joining us. Jerason F. Weah. Thank you for being on. I see Pauline Sharif. Thanks as well for joining us tonight. I see Philip Bala. Mr. Bala, thanks. Pascal, we appreciate you as well. Thank you for being here tonight. Nathaniel K. Hill, we appreciate Zias Carter. Benjamin Nyukbe, thank you for being on. Telvin Pin, we appreciate you. And we want to say thanks to David Wokolo, my dear brother. Thank you for being here tonight. Doris Cooper Pupo, thank you as well. So we'll come back tomorrow. I'm Nelson Colette, Kumba, Sarah, Horace, Cather, Patience, Yeager. All of you, we appreciate you. I want to say have a good night and bye for now.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon in your boy.
To get your information, to get direction, smooth navigation, smooth